Welcome back, everybody. It is a Sea of Spears Sunday. Thank you for joining us in the wild, wild world of Westeros. We are coming at you from the westiest bits of Westeros, as House Nymerian is currently in Lannisport, in the Westerlands, not far from Casterly Rock, the seat of power of House Lannister and all their gold. And they're hanging out at a tourney. So we are taking I don't even quite necessarily want to call it a break from the marriage arc, as I've kind of titled this chunk of gameplay, because it's just a bit of 1 foot on the marriage arc path and 1 foot off of it, as we will be kicking off the episode with a discussion where we're basically playing some like Crusader Kings 2, because we're looking to populate the house a little bit. And we have discussions about handmaidens and squires and stuff like that. As here in the Westerlands, the real housewives of House Lannister have been talking to House Nymerian, partially because Felicia's character, Rhaena, took an interest in Joy Hill, a young bastard of House Lannister. And as it turns out, for instance, the last known bastard of House Lannister, and this is canonical from the books, is still like a scullery maid in Casterly Rock. It's like Tywin Lannister's half sister is still working as like a scullery maid at like 55 years old. So they're able to pluck those strings a little bit and go, wouldn't it be nice for Joy Hill to get the fuck out of here, people? And because they're talking to the ladies of House Lannister, they're like, maybe it would be kind of nice if we were able to get Joy somewhere else, somewhere better. Maybe that would be best for, our beloved siblings' only daughter. Joy Hill is the daughter of Tygett Lannister, who was pretty cool. Um, and she's a niece to like Tywin Lannister, a cousin to Tyrion and Jaime and Cersei. They're just like, we think she could do okay in Dorne. And meanwhile, the Real Housewives of House Lannister have also expressed some interest in a traveling companion or two of House Nymerian. And then there's been discussions about some betrothals and some coming to the wedding, which is how Felicia's kind of stalled some of this, was through buttering them up with some wedding invitations, which would give chances for a few NPCs to hang out with one another a little bit. And there's a lot of moving parts, but not all of it has come up with the rest of the siblings. So as we left off last episode, we had Lucerys brooding in his room, and we had Addam running downstairs to refuel and resupply by grabbing a fresh bottle or two of wine, wherein Addam ran into Rhaena and Baela, the twins, and they were joining him up in Lucerys's room. So it's been a little bit, so let's do one of our quick little introductions that we just haven't done for a while. So, Felicia, who are you? How are you? Who's your character? How they doing? What's you up to? What's going on? How's things? At home? Everything all right?
Okay, yes, thanks. I'm Flea. I play Lady Rhaena Nymerian, and who's the heir to the house, and who we're on the way to my wedding in Highgarden to Lord Willis Tyrell, heir to Highgarden. So that's kind of a thing. And I have been putting together my presentation on all the moving parts so that my siblings can be, kind of in on the discussion. Because they haven't been, really. And they have, but then they haven't been, like, involved. So I figured it would be at least a good idea to get their input, sort of. See if they have any ideas that I'm missing. And That's the plan. That's it. That's all I got.
All right, who's up next to introduce themselves and talk about what they did over summer break?
Baela.
Summer. Wait, what do you mean summer break?
I don't know. Just remember, like in elementary school, that's how you
Yes.
started the school year. You're like, my name's Rusty, and I'm blah 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 over the summer.
Sorry, I thought I missed part of the prompt, and that was, the usual
What?
socially
So-
shy kid, not sure what to say all of a sudden.
Just like the first day of school, you're like, I missed something important. What's going on? It's fine. It's fine.
I'm Erica, and I play Baela Nymeria, twin of Rhaena, and we've sort of been traveling around, and we're on the way to Highgarden for a big wedding. But on the way, there was this really interesting little stopover in Lannisport where there seems to be a tournament of some sort, and I thought I would go and be undefeated so far in the tournament. So I've been writing like crazy and been jousting really well. And it's almost over, and I'm excited to see if I can come out near the top. So I'm excited for that. And then the next day will be some melee fighting, which will be a challenge. Mostly it'll be a challenge, but that's okay. And then after all that, we'll make our way back to the boring bits about the big, huge wedding in Highgarden that I'm sure no one really cares about because no one's going to like smash shields and lances. So.
Pretty goal.
So we'll go in age order to my brother who has also been jousting.
Hi everybody, Robert, obviously with Lucerys. A little low energy today, so just try to forgive me as I pout or brood, I think is the word. We are doing jousting, and I think I jousted 5 people in one. That's my report. And then we went to the Grand Canyon over the summer.
Wow.
For the record, part of what he said is true. There have been 5 successful jousts. I can't speak to Robert's summer vacation experiences.
I know the Grand Canyon. It sucks.
It's just a big hole. It's as reported. It's just yeah.
We have a canyon at home. It's not that grand, but we have one.
Yeah, like
Yeah, I mean, they said there used to be a river there, but like it's gone.
I know. I mean, my definition of river is very dry and sandy.
like it's pretty, but I already knew that from ever watching anything about the Grand Canyon on TV and stuff. So I was just like, yeah, no, like this is just okay, bye.
All right, you heard it here first. Fuck the Grand Canyon. It's just a big hole in the ground.
Right?
I say fill it up. Like, why does it get a pass?
Yeah.
I don't know if we have enough stuff to fill it up.
What? All right, nothing.
We're digging perfectly.
Way sidetracked, and my attempts at comedy are gonna lose its subscribers. So, who's left
The
to?
Grand Canyon Appreciation Society just unsubscribed.
yeah. Damn it, 149 followers. So that leaves one. Ash, who are you? How you doing? Who's your character? What's going on in his life?
I'm Ash. I play Addam, the youngest of the 4 siblings. What's going on in his life is he's following his siblings around and being supportive and trying not to make bad decisions, but doing it anyway. Yeah, there's trouble in paradise.
All right, we will let those bad decisions surface organically through gameplay, like a cockroach floating in your cup of tea.
Like a seagull squawking to warn of bad decisions.
Yeah.
What kind of goal?
A bagel. A bagel with cream cheese.
Yeah, because they're from the
Yeah,
bay.
so yeah, just annoying. I live near the sea, and the seagulls have decided today they want to sing the song of their people. So if you hear seagulls,
Right.
it's been they're not like part of the game. They're outside my house, and I cannot stop them from screaming.
You don't see
Actually,
his
this
Ash's
is
other
the
hand
whole,
with his seagull sound effect button.
yeah, this is the whole reason I invited Ash to this game, is that I knew we'd have a major arc in King's Landing early, and now that we're in another big port city in Lannisport, Ash is basically just here to look pretty and provide authentic coast gull sound effects.
So these are port goals.
Yeah, these are port gulls. You can see them if you look out your portcullis, which is why that's what they're called.
I'm not describing.
Oh,
Get out.
So yeah, basically every decision Addam has ever made has been filler, just to pad out the campaign until we made it back to another big port city.
Aw.
It's just,
It's patently untrue. You know it.
I thought I was a valued member of the team. I feel so attacked right now.
So that's our characters. That's what they're up to. They're at this tourney. They've got several of their friendly NPCs in tow. Alysanne Mormont, who's just been kind of walking around, ignoring mostly the fancy shops, but supporting her young squire, Robert Frey, who came in third or fourth in the archery contest.
Third.
I think he was third. Yeah, he just barely beat out Reginald and then lost. We've got Oris the Aurochs, a bastard who was knighted while in the company of House Nymerian. That's just here to make some money in a tourney. We've got Gwyneth Ironwood, who's kind of ward / hostage of House Nymerian, in that she is the sole unwed surviving member of House Ironwood, who was put down for treason in what was seen as a kind of inner Dornish dispute, and she became kind of a ward of the house for them to look after and see to the future to, in a gesture of goodwill. They've been in the company of Tyrion Lannister, the son of Tywin Lannister that is not Jaime Lannister in the Kingsguard, the other kid, right? The famously short and sharp-witted Tyrion Lannister's been hanging out, doing some drinking with him and stuff. So they've been doing some jousting, doing some archery, talking to the real housewives of the Westerlands, and now they're on their way upstairs with some wine to go to Lucerys' room and go.
That's where all the real parties are.
Oh, we just tap on the door when we get up there.
Is my wine here?
Yeah, Addam will have like gotten there a little ahead of the girls, so he'll already be in like opening and pouring wine.
Ah.
He'll
Excellent.
probably like settled himself in a chair or something.
Why are you sitting?
Because they're sitting.
Who gave you leave to sit in my room?
Why are you sitting?
Because our sisters will be here soon, and I thought we were all supposed to talk to each other.
Are we? All
Would
right.
you like? Would you prefer I leave?
Ah, no, it's fine.
Then
Besides,
shut up.
where else would you go?
Probably to my room.
I
Or
suppose
not.
that is an option. You guess I'm gonna have some wine and wait to get lectured.
I don't think you're going to get lectured. I mean, like I said, you have some feelings about how things are going, and it's important that you share them, because if Rhaena doesn't know, she can't do shit about it.
I have some very precise and complex feelings about the number of Lannisters we should pick with us.
Yeah, and that's fine. And I said, don't, you don't-
0 Lannisters.
yes, and I said, you need to tell Rhaena about that, because she's kind of the person who decides how many Lannisters.
Tell Rhaena about what? As I walk in.
Oh, hello.
Right? My ears are burning.
Yeah, I just think everything we're doing is bad and we should leave here.
Well, we're on a schedule. The wedding doesn't start right away, and no.
The tournament's not over, brother.
Right?
Like,
Well, yeah, I mean, we're gonna
Still
finish
in
that.
The tourney.
What's important is that we're having a dialogue.
Yeah, I mean, we'll finish part of it. I just
Luke
I
has
don't
some
know.
reservations about the number of Lannisters that we may be welcoming into the fold.
yes, I think I have issues with the fact that it's greater than 0.
So you have a thing against bastards and 11-year-olds. I don't remember how old Martin is.
Yes, that is exactly my complaint. Bastards and 11-year-olds. If it was a 12-year-old or a trueborn person, they'd be fine.
Well, Trueborn Lannisters tend to.
Ooh.
Anyway.
What's the-
The more we get entangled with them, the more I fucking hate it. That's all.
Well, why exactly, if you don't mind me asking? Like, what about the Lannisters in particular?
Feels kind of like we're betraying everything at home in Dorne.
Well, Westeros is more than just Dorne, as much as I hate to say that. And we cannot
Indeed.
exist and grow and prosper in a vacuum. I don't even know if vacuums exist. In a full way.
That doesn't mean we have to detangle ourselves with Tywin Lannister and his people.
You spent an awful lot of time with Tywin Lannister's son over the last few weeks.
It's true.
Is that a tie that you don't want?
I like Tyrion. A lot of fun talking with Tyrion, drinking with Tyrion. And yeah, I kind of feel bad about it.
I'm sorry that you have that conflict.
Why do you feel bad about it?
Here's the thing. I have plans to continue to expand our house, to grow our house, and our banner houses. And to do that, we need alliances. And not just, hey, you're a good person and I want to be friends with you alliances, but alliances that bring gold and prestige and power. And there is nothing more prosperous and powerful right now than, honestly, the Lannisters.
Yeah, and how'd they get that way?
Doesn't matter. This is what we're dealing with right now.
I think that's the issue, is it matters to me.
The seat of their house is a literal gold mine.
Yeah,
I
actually do sit on a gold mine.
I am aware of that. I did not mean to imply they were pitiless. Until recently. Yes, those are my reservations. So
I mean,
do what you'll do, but
Were you
With
trying?
honest-
it makes me feel shitty.
I just want to make sure I understand. Were you implying that they like stepped on people or betrayed people? Right, is what you were trying to say.
Our people.
Right. Well, I mean,
What about
do
the
you,
Storm
do you
Lord?
think that will, like, if things happen that cause conflict, do you think we'll be beholden to them, or that they'll be beholden to us, and then one side will break bonds with each other? Like, do you just not want what happened before to happen again, or is it just bad feelings from before that you still have and sowed?
I'll be honest, I didn't give it any thought as to possible future issues. It's more that. It's, talking about Storm Lords, and yeah, we went to war with the Storm Lords, and we've had issues, but the Mountain and Lords are not the Storm Lords, or not any of their fucking dogs. Yeah, they asked me why I feel off about it, and that's why. I'm gonna start drinking my wine now.
I mean, I think it's all right to have some complex feelings about this stuff. I'm sure you're not the only one. But I don't think there's anything that the Lannisters have done that our friends have not also done, or that we have not also done.
I could name a few.
Like what?
Princess Elia's kids? I don't know. Which of our allies did that?
I don't think. I think it would be naive to assume that nobody that we like has ever like killed a child.
I don't know of any.
Like we're talking.
Not like that.
You're talking about some specific individuals committing extreme cruelty.
Yes.
And
I am assuming it was under the orders of Tywin Lannister. I think I can't prove it, but don't know for a fact.
That's another individual.
Yeah, but he's the main individual.
All right, but I mean, do you blame Tyrion for that, for example?
No, he's not in charge of his house, and he was not one of them who did it.
Right. Well,
again, just knowing he is. Sorry, brother. Go ahead. I'm heated.
Our grandfather redirected an entire river out of spite, which starved a house and its land so much that they were driven into the fold of our enemies. So, I think.
And that is not our future.
Exactly. You know, one person in charge is not the entire house, and doesn't speak for an entire kingdom necessarily.
But it's Tywin Lannister. He literally is.
All right, but one day he will die, and Tyrion will possibly inherit.
And on that day, I may feel less bad about this.
But it doesn't. But someone new inheriting doesn't mean that the past has been erased.
No, but for a little I know Tyrion, I feel he's probably a better man than his father in those regards. And maybe I'm wrong.
Sure, but that's not my point. My point is that I think that we can acknowledge that wrongdoing has taken place in the past, and that we may have reservations about certain people within a group, but it doesn't mean that we need to hate the entire group. I mean, we just spent so much time at the Riverlands convincing people trying to convince people from House Bracken and House Blackwood to not act on their ancient rancor. But
exactly.
But you know, so
I don't feel we're talking about it as an ancient grudge nobody can barely remember the beginning of.
Did we have anything to do with it?
Me personally, no, obviously.
Right, we didn't. It's our past. It's beyond us. We can't go back and change it.
It's not. We are closely entangled with people who it is not past.
It's past for them. They couldn't go back and change it.
Well,
or
no.
I mean, in any way. But the point is, the only thing we control is our decisions now, moving forward. We can't. Looking back and pulling out that hurt and that betrayal and all of that treachery and dragging it with us into the future just makes the future worse.
I'm not without sympathy for how you feel, brother. I think I understand where you're coming from, but I'm not convinced that being hostile towards them is going to make our situation better.
I've not been hostile towards them. I simply don't think we should be entangled with them, maybe closer than we are.
Well, I'm sorry.
You know what I mean? Don't pick it. You're just nitpicking words now. My point.
I feel those have different meanings, and I wanted to make very clear about how I feel.
All right.
Perhaps.
Fair enough.
Perhaps if there's.
Is holding a grudge making your life better? That would be a key question, I think.
But
and perhaps if I might offer an alternate view, momentarily, that at least making alliances with a few of them allows us to look very magnanimous and merciful. It helps us to look better. And if they prove later to be unworthy of that, we will cross that bridge when we come to it. But at the moment, it does more for us to have some connection to them than to shun them. Not least of all because they are also very powerful, and if they perceive a snub, they can make things very difficult for us. I'll shut up. Bye.
Perhaps if there is any potential for a positive situation in the future, there needs to be some small baby step that is symbolic to allow things to get better. And if we can be judicious in choosing a small number of not significant people in their house to merge with people who are not very significant in our house, that small tiny gesture that won't bind us in any meaningful way, but might have the visuals of a step in the right direction, could show exactly what needs to be shown for some future that we can't see yet, where things aren't terrible between us.
I agree, Baela.
All right. Is there a chair that I can use? I will sit on it. If there's just a stool, I will lean against the wall because I'm not using a stool.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a chair or nothing, Addam will give up his chair.
Right. Addam and I spent some time speaking with the ladies. I refer to them as a coven in my little notes here.
Great.
The ladies' coven of the ladies who run the Westerlands, the way Lady Olenna runs the
Reach.
yeah, and then I also spoke with little Gwyneth, and so right now, what's going to happen is that Gwyneth is actually going to stay with the ladies of the Westerlands, and she will be taken under the wing of is it Tyrion's aunt? Jenna?
Yes, she was the one that's kind of running things,
Right.
And that seemed the most interested in taking credit for looking after her. Yes.
She will be taking her under her house's wing, and will be also looking for a good match for her in the future. Not something we're looking to do right away, but and in exchange for that, Joy Hill, the young girl who we met at the Twins, will be coming on with us. I was hoping to have her go to Baela and become sort of a handmaiden squire combination, because she is very interested in learning to fight and ride and be a martial lady. And I also hope to take Martin Lannister, who is her cousin.
Yes.
Yes. He is Sir Kevin Lannister's third son. And I would like to have him squire with Sir Balin. Which, should Lady Baela and Lord Balin, or Sir Balin, choose to stay at what? At will, then that would keep those two together. That way, neither one would be completely adrift in a sea of Dornish people. uh, and that would provide Sir Baela with the squire, whose brother is squire to the king. And that would get Gwyneth away from Ironwood, which is honestly what she wants right now. I did speak to her, and she does approve of this plan. She thinks that it's a good idea, that she would have a better chance to start over without that cloud here in the Westerlands. And I'm looking around at everybody.
Addam is nodding slowly and solemnly in agreement.
I need air. I'm gonna leave the room.
What was that, Robert?
Luke says, I need air, and he's gonna leave the room.
What the?
I'm sorry, Rhaena.
All right. So Lucerys' siblings sit in Lucerys' room and continue discussing.
So anyway, Baela, how does that sound to you?
That sounds fine to me. It's in line with what I had just said, where these people involved aren't major stakes in either house, and no one's going to be materially committed to each other's houses. It doesn't bind us, it doesn't bind them, but it sort of opens a door for the future.
Yeah, they're small connections that might form a foundation for something good.
Well,
I'm
there's
sure-
another one.
I'm sure Luke will come around. He maybe just needs some time to get used to the idea. I'm sure.
Probably not going to like it, because here's the big one. Is that Sir Davin Lannister, who we have all now met, there's proposed to be married to Analia. And be her
Consort.
consort.
He seems a good man and a fine knight. So I could. There are far worse matches. I think he's a decent man, and I think as long as they don't, I suppose as long as she doesn't despise him at first sight, I think they should probably get along well enough. I think.
If I remember correctly, Davin. Oh, I'm so sorry. Is Kevin Lannister's brother? No.
He is the son of Stafford Lannister.
Also-
which
also
yes,
honorable
makes him a nephew. Yes.
Yeah, nephew. So I was right. Nephew. Okay. So it is a tie. And it is the kind of tie I want, because he will then be swearing directly to House Nymeria.
I think you have set things up in a way that allows us to have a great degree of control over these connections. So I don't. While I can see where Luke's coming from, I don't share his degree of concern.
All right. There are many other ladies and sirs running around Westeros who are looking for places to make their name, to make their own, to make them their home. And another one of those things, there's a family, Rusty spoke of them before, so I don't know if y'all remember, but I don't know if your characters or know, but are you familiar with the Westerlings?
Somewhat.
So they were a house of note here in the Westerlands, and
Yeah.
they were very poor. and they married a
Married
rich
a merchant. Yeah.
associate, right?
Associate Merchant House Spicer.
Spicer. And they have 2 daughters who they're trying to find husbands for. The eldest of which is Jane Westerling. I have my eyes on her because I'm thinking of having her
Well, that's
with us.
interesting because if they're a merchant house, from there, we have, well, not a port like this city, but we have
a
sea
port.
access.
We have a port through which we trade, as does Lannisport, as does, of course, Essos. But I feel like bringing her into the house in some form or another. I don't have anyone lined up that I think would make a good match for her. But there are reach ladies that are available. If we marry Sir Davin to Aunt Elia, Desmira Redwine will then need a husband. It can't be a bastard.
How old is Desmira again?
She's 17 years, I think.
About that.
Well, I mean, we were looking, well, passively looking, I suppose, for a match for Sir Garrus, who's not a lot older than her and a decent man, and one of our bannermen.
Sir Garrus right now is a good choice.
Ironwood.
Ironwood
if you could arrange for that marriage, it would make it sound more like you have a plan for Ironwood.
Right.
And would
I
keep
do have a plan
it
for Ironwood.
as a banner. And that would also then make it your best potential match to kind of get a Desmira Redwine level potential betrothal. As if you're saying, like, she could be the lady of the Ironwood Estates. That sounds a lot cooler than we're going to marry her off to Addam Bridington. And, you know, like, the Garrus Drinkwater / Ironwood lands are the best catch that you have in terms of enticing a lady.
Like, our highborns of note. And Desmira is that lady.
I think that could be a very advantageous match.
And personally, I would like Miranda Royce to be married somewhere in our homes. One of our banner houses.
Sir Addam.
Sir Addam.
He's a lot older than her, and
this is what Rusty said when I mentioned that.
I mean, I'm not saying that it's necessarily a bad
You're
thing.
citing that man's death warrant.
Right?
Yeah, just given what happened
Just
to her.
fucking shoot him.
Given what happened to her previous husband, she may be reticent to marry someone as that much older than her.
And if she isn't, maybe we should be worried.
Right.
But remember that for Sir Addam, ideally he would marry someone,
Right.
but
Right.
he could just name someone as his heir. Like, he doesn't have to remarry. It's, you know, there's a couple different ways to handle that. The Bridington lands. There are options there.
Yeah. And there's also the matter that I would strongly suggest, if you were going to marry him, to someone that you speak to him first, because he is very reluctant to remarry, so he would perhaps need a bit of convincing, so as not to push him away from us.
He is actually willing to remarry,
Oh,
but
is he?
mostly in name only.
Oh, I see.
he wouldn't mind having someone to spend time with and to teach, and more of a mentor or I can't think, guardian kind of setup.
Yes, I see. I see what you mean. So, I mean, that with that in mind, that perhaps helps a little with your notion to marry Miranda into the house somewhere. And I don't think she would say no to inheriting lands.
Her own self.
Exactly. I think she could be amenable to that. Are we going to see her at the wedding?
Probably.
Probably.
The out of character, the answer for most of the NPCs that you guys have ever spoken with is probably.
Mm.
There's a handful that aren't. King Robert, Queen Cersei, like they're not gonna make the trip, but I'm definitely gonna hand wave some stuff back home to let all of your NPCs be there. Like I mentioned, grandfather's traveling cross country already, and so a lot of your NPCs are going to. We're gonna hand wave some administration and a little bit of travel, just to make sure that this big event is populated with
Okay.
lots of the NPCs that are.
So, I mean, so if we have the opportunity, I think a conversation with her at Highgarden could probably settle some of that.
I also have plans for Dana, since you, Addam, are going to have chosen to accept Lady. Oh, I forgot her name.
Shella.
And as your bride, and to take on Harrenhal.
Yes. As much as I would like to, as much as I wish I could.
You can't do both.
But yes, I wish I could steward them both, but I can't. They're too far apart. But
So we have to find someone.
I mean, I am thinking hard about someone to take over Bittergrove from me, and
Bittergrove, that's what it was, Rusty.
I'm not going to leave it without someone suitable to take care of it. And I mean, it's going to be. I mean, we'll be back before I. It's going to take some time to prepare for another trip to Harrenhal and the wedding, so I have a bit of time in hand to plan that, but I would value any thoughts you have about it.
Well, it's going to take time anyway, because my plan is kind of convoluted.
All right, now I'm intrigued.
So Iris hang on, let me find the thing again.
Well, she's very likely going to marry Lord Bryce Caron.
She is marrying Bryce.
Out of character, they have already wed.
Yeah, they're wed.
They wasted no time there, which puts and this is out of character meta narrative. The Danit lands, like they were wed while you guys were traveling cross country and stuff. They just kind of rushed it, partially because they didn't, like, neither side had a lot of family to worry about appeasing, right? They were just like, we can hurry this,
That's right. Just, my question is, do we know that in character yet?
Yeah, you would have received word that the marriage happened. Yeah.
I wind back a little bit then and say,
yeah, it's fine.
But
the other note though is that it leaves the lands in a weird spot, because she is still by Dornish law the Lady of House Danit, but she does not care. Like she associates Danit lands with loss and the death of her family and misery and privation, and she has no plans to return and does not want to lead them. She never planned on leading the lands because she had a brother to do that, and so yeah.
Now she is married, and she has a brother by marriage who is a bastard, the bastard of Nightsong, Sir Roland Storm.
So she does.
So in theory, if I want to install Sir Roland Storm at the Danit lands as the Lord there, well, not Lord, capital Lord, but you know,
The knight.
the Knight of Danetlands.
Out of character, have we met Sir Roland?
Yes.
He was at your tourney.
Is he here?
Not at this tourney, no.
Okay.
He was at the name day tourney.
Right. I guess it's just like what I'm trying to find out is like, does Addam in character have a sense of whether he would be a terrible choice or not?
You guys didn't hang out a whole lot, but he has, for a knight from the Stormlands, or for a bastard from the Stormlands, he has a decent reputation.
Right.
He is known as being formidable and competent at the things he tries to be formidable and competent at.
He is not a handsome man.
But the
I mean, one doesn't maintain a house with one's face.
Right.
You have been assisted and have been assisting in your stewardship of Danetlands with Maester Ferris. So you feel like Maester Ferris could continue to do a decent chunk of the lifting. And yeah, the big out of character benefit there is that you could pretty easily talk Iris Danet into formally ceding the lands to make Sir Roland the knight of House Danet, like the landed knight of those lands,
Sure.
without it offending either side.
Yeah.
It's a transition of power.
Would he then be swearing fealty to House Nymerian as
Yes.
a banner?
Yes,
Okay.
he would be the bannerman of those lands, yada yada. But
he
it
would
is
be our
another.
bannerman, not
Yeah.
not like a sworn sword for a certain amount of time,
Yeah,
forever in perpetuity. Our
Yeah.
guy.
Which is another tie to the Stormlands, which you guys are trying to work on bridging that gap. So it's another, kind of good look there.
Then so long as he's amenable to it, I don't object. So unless grandfather or someone else comes up with a much better idea, that seems like a good course of action.
My only issue is finding someone to marry him to, and that's the slot I think Jane Westerling might fill. Because the house doesn't have any prospects, really.
She's from a house too poor to be terribly picky, and she would still become the landed lady of those lands. He is a bastard and a little bit too old to be very picky about marrying, from the least prestigious house in the Westerlands. Like they're both kind of second stringers, in a way.
But in a way that I think probably balances out more or less. So I think it's doable.
Right. I do have other plans, but they have to do with Ironwood and Dana and Broadington, actually. But that is what I'm looking at. That's the opening panorama of the many moving parts of this process.
Those moves sound good to me. You all have a much better head for that stuff, but those sound pretty reasonable.
I'm also going to ask the Strongboard to be my sworn sword.
Oh.
Interesting. Now, out of character, what does that mean exactly?
He'd be like swearing to serve our house, the same way that like the knights that serve us do.
Yeah, like the Hound to Joffrey.
Yeah.
Right? He was his sworn sword. Kind of it's a
Or like
bodyguard type of gig.
I think also like Sir Will, I guess is also a sworn sword to House Nymerian. Or is he? Is he just a friend of the family?
Sir Will.
Who?
Woolly Will?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
No. He was not. Yeah. Oris was for a year and a day.
Yeah.
But yeah, like it is often a more temporary position, but the fact that she would be looking for him personally makes it more of a bodyguard type of position.
Is he's Strongboard? Isn't he like the lord of his house?
He is not.
He's not even the heir.
Oh.
He's like the second or third son.
Oh wait. Oh, like yeah. Okay. Sorry. I have gotten. I think I've gotten him mixed up with. Is it Merlin Cratehaul is his dad? Brother?
His father is Roland.
Roland.
His older brother is No.
Yeah.
His older brother is Tybalt. His younger brother is Merlin. You guys haven't really met Tybalt much because he's the heir, so he wasn't.
Yeah.
Like
Okay. So
going
he's
to
like.
the yeah.
So Lyle's like the second son then.
Yeah, he's the middle son. He's just kind of the biggest character.
I think
of them, right?
I think that's maybe why I sort of filed him as the Lord in my head, because he's like the big one that we know. Okay,
Yeah.
that. I mean,
Now, that is another tie to the Westerlands. Cratehaul is Westerlands.
it is, but
And it
he's a good
wouldn't-
man. And,
Yeah.
oh, sorry, go ahead.
And it wouldn't be a Lannister, which we know we might have difficulties.
Right. So the only Lannister that I'm looking to bring in is Sir Davin.
Yeah, I think he's the. Yeah, from what you say, he's the only sort of full blood Lannister, so to speak.
And then Martin as squire to Sir Baela. And he's, how old is he, Rusty?
Martin,
13,
13
Yeah.
years old, little squire kid.
basically squiring age. Yeah.
Davin's mother has also been trying to push Serena Lannister on you some,
Right. And
which is the
Serena-
sister who's a little. But again, that's a marriage that removes her from her house. Right? Like it's not like she's just gonna come be a sworn sword for you today. She's gonna marry a husband and be, bringing a fat dowry, because she's the child of Lannisters and Leffords, and she would be again, subsumed into the house, type of thing. So it's another potential you've got for that.
Sorry, I got distracted by Katara's hijinks in chat. So that's the bare bones sort of where I'm thinking of going. There are other longer term plans, because
Do you
like I
want-
was speaking to grandfather, and there's absolutely zero chance that Prince Martell is going to leave Ironwood Lands as large as they are.
So do you think he's going to break them
It's
up?
going to get parceled. Part of it is going to be parceled off, I'm sure, to people who were especially loyal over the last, during the Vulture King or
The last couple of years.
But Ironwood itself remains a very influential house, and with that in mind, if we marry Sir Garrus to Miranda Royce, that gives us an option that increases our chances of getting Garrus jumped up to Lord.
All right. I mean that then what are we going to do with Desmara if she's not going to marry? Or hold on.
Or Desmere. Either one would
Oh,
work.
sorry.
Sorry.
I think I'm getting mixed up now because I didn't track this properly. But yeah, well, was that who we were suggesting for Sir? No, it wasn't who we were suggesting for Sir Garrus originally.
It was potentially
I
either
misspoke.
Desmara Redwine or Serena Lannister. Ironwood's in a weird place in that their castle is actually like better than your castle, right? But their lands are going to get parceled off, because that's what you do to fucking traitors. But right now, none of that's official yet. So like, Grandpa has been talking to Prince Doran, and Robert is gonna let Doran work this out on his own because Robert doesn't like bookwork, right? So it's basically up to the Lord of Dorne. His issue is that he can't show too much favoritism to you guys, and he's already made House Nymerian Warden of the Stoneway and the Blood Royal. So he's trying to figure out exactly how to parcel out those lands to other houses, which includes the Ironwood neighbors, but also includes like the loyal houses that helped you guys out to take out the Ironwoods, yada yada. So there's lots of moving parts.
Yeah.
Probably they're going to stay a banner house of yours. Your best chance of making sure that they stay a banner house of yours and of having a say in where the lands go is to say, here's my 5-year plan for the Ironwood lands, and
Right.
like present to Uncle Doran to say, like look, we know what we're gonna do. So it's in a weird kind of flux state where your decisions are likely to influence it, but not necessarily decide its fate entirely.
Sure. So Rhaena, then if you marry Miranda Royce and Sir Garrus, who would you then have marry Sir Addam? Would it just be swapping Miranda and Desmera?
I haven't settled on that at all.
That's all right.
That's one of those things that I wouldn't mind having input on. I mean,
And-
some of this I already have decided, but unless you can bring me a reason why I'm not, something I'm missing, you know?
Well, I think also because a lot of these people are going to be at Highgarden, and perhaps that might help with the decision making if you see how these people get on.
Yes, and that was part of it.
And let's not forget that there are plenty of people in the Reach who might be qualified candidates for these positions as well, which I'm sure Luke will have no problem supporting those kinds of decisions.
I have a list of ladies from the Reach who are also looking for matches, including Desmera, Mary Crane, and then some younger girls like down the line, Ala, Eleanor, and Mega Tyrell.
Look like I have an issue with a couple of those.
You're becoming quite the matchmaker, Rhaena.
Look, Luke, if you're going to be upset about bringing Lannisters in, and then you're just going to...
Alright, so we're getting Miranda Royce and Mary Crane, and they're going to come and live with us.
Have to watch them swan around with their new husbands.
This is my punishment.
So the
Love hurts.
there are a lot of moving parts here, and with a lot of these, you are going to be looking at more input from their families than with others. For instance, Desmera Redwine is probably only going to want to become the Lady of Ironwood Land. The land, the keep might change name or whatever, but like, she's not going to want to marry Addam Bridington. Even in some show marriage, which means she gets to ride a lot. She doesn't want that, right? She wants courtly lady type of bullshit. But some of the other ones, Miranda Royce, her family is known for running the Gates of the Moon up in the Vale. So if she is then the lady of the gate in the Stoneway, like that kind of fits her family stuff, and they might be more okay with that, right? Like, so some of these matches are going to have more input than others. When approached, some of their families are going to have more input than others. These aren't all necessarily going to go however, Rhaena and siblings decide. There are still a lot of potentials that could bounce one way or the other.
And I want to say about Desmera Redwine is that if we do, I mean, I really want to marry Sir Davin to Aunt Elia. I think they'd make a stunning pair and partnership. I don't expect there to be heirs out of that. So they're still going to need an heir eventually. But like right now, Sir Davin, his father, Stefford, is in talks with Desmera's father about a marriage, but they've been in talks forever. But if we swipe Sir Davin, then I feel like I really want to find a place for Desmera to help kind of soothe that sting and not upset the Redwines
and makes it a win-win. Because remember, the red wines are one of the most prominent houses in the Reach. One of the wealthiest. And Desmara Redwine is the Queen of Thorns' granddaughter,
Right.
just as much as like Marjorie Tyrell is. So, yeah, it's a win-win in that it would strengthen your ties to the Reach. You guys would start to get almost a stranglehold on the wine trade. If you and House Redwine really, really get along, you've got a fucking monopoly going
Oh
on
no.
all
Right.
the good stuff.
Yeah,
But
capitalism.
it's
Woo.
it's a way to make sure there's no insult there if you can then offer a good match in their stead. And in fact, you can sell it to the Lord of the Arbor as, well, look, we want to steal Desmara for ourselves. Don't worry, we'll find some place for Davin.
Right.
They won't
That's
be
how we're doing
right.
for
Like
them.
you can. So she's but yeah, like I said, with a lot of these ladies, again, I've started up a new goddamn document of what these different folks are after
Right.
in a marriage. Some of them just want to be wed. Some of them are looking for a handsome, dashing husband. Some of them are looking for a title that will appease their family. I've had to fucking start up another another thing of what their wants are, and that's going to influence some of these pitches that you guys are putting forth. For the record, when the time comes at the wedding is when I picture a lot of these conversations happening. You are going to be looking at some different difficulty classes on some of these checks to convince some of these families to say yes to things, and some of those DCs are going to be different based on what you're trying to sell them. So it's been my fun new homework project to try and play what girls want, and turn you guys into like I don't know, some dating sim where they all have different thresholds where you get the achievement unlocked.
Right.
So,
There's a movie that might help you called What Women Want, which is similar, but maybe you could use that.
Yeah.
But like, okay.
Everything's
Also,
a dating sim if you try hard enough.
these children of fucking Westeros who aren't of marriageable age, in my book, are potentials for like handmaidens, squires, this kind of thing. We've got knights who need squires. We've got ladies who need maidens, you know. and that's also help because if they're here with us, then we kind of get the opportunity to, when the time comes, be like, oh, well, she showed interest in this guy, you know, and when they came to visit or when we visited there, and how would you feel, her house or whatever, how would you feel about a match between them? And then we would be guiding this stuff for them, like the ladies are doing for Gwyneth, and like Olenna is doing for the other one with the bull. I don't. What is that little girl's name?
Oh, Lady Allison.
Bulwer, yeah, House
Oh,
Bulwer.
And you know, those opportunities are there as well. And like Rusty was saying, they want a piece. They want an in on this right now.
Yeah, you guys are trending right now, and yeah.
They want to build those alliances with us. They want to be able to say, you know, well, my son is squiring at Wyvern's Rest for the Blood Royal. That kind of thing.
That makes sense.
So no, we don't have to take everything that's thrown at us. I mean, but if it makes sense and it's a good match for the future, then I think we should, you know.
And we definitely.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
I was just saying, and the impression that Rhaena has received from some talks with Grandfather is that, I don't know if the rest of you have noticed, but he's been a little obsessed with marrying you guys off. It's been a little bit on his mind lately, and as a result, he's kind of leaving the future of the house to Rhaena and the siblings. Like, he gave up on pressuring Elia to marry, partially out of an emotional response to the loss of his son, right? and he gave up on pressuring Addam Bridington to marry because he knew Addam Bridington's, wife and all that, but he has been kind of absent when it comes to worrying about the future of those lands because he's been obsessively writing letters to his pen pals about you guys instead. So, yeah, a lot of this, and then the will lands just recently became your problem, which again, that's not quite official yet, but they have yet to find an ancestor of Cousin Will, for instance, right? So, like, it's you guys that are the next blood tie, and it's right there on the Stoneway, and you're on the Ascent, right? So, like, the Will and Ironwood lands aren't responsibilities that Grandfather Makar was ever planning to prepare for. So, a lot of this stuff is just kind of falling in your guys' lap to populate and to worry about the future of, because Grandpa's been busy worrying about you instead. So that's why you've got some of this freedom of.
And like while we're talking about future and plans and decisions, Baela, are you and Balin wanting to stay on as the Lord and Lady of Will?
Well, I'd always wanted a castle for my own. I admit that what's the name of their castle in Will? Will Castle? Castle Will?
Just Will.
Okay.
Just Will.
Will is
They weren't clever namers down there.
Will's a little creepy, if I'm being honest.
It's rich in history.
Do you remember when we passed through there on the way back?
Yeah.
The walls make noises.
There's like parts of that castle I haven't gone to yet. And I know I could. I just feel like it's judging me, and I just haven't yet. And Balin, bless him, he's even more so. Like, not that we're scared of things, but like it just seems off limits. Like you can just like feel that like we just shouldn't go to these places.
Yeah. The people have been absolutely like civil and polite to you in particular. They have been calling you the Will, but they've been calling you the Will. Yeah. They have not been calling Balin that. Balin, they are civil and polite to, but they're civil and polite to Balin the way Afghani villagers are civil and polite to American soldiers in war movies, right? Like there's that maybe there's there's a different tone to it with the Stormlander, right? As opposed to you who have Will blood running through your veins, and they know because they've tasted it several times while you slept.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah. Once a week they just
like
give it.
Yeah,
a little test.
We just call it the ritual now, and it's like sometimes I'm not even asleep, and I just let it happen because
But no, so they have been calling you the Will, not quite so much Balin, but the other thing is that you and Balin have been kicking some bandit ass, and that's been helping some. Like they are warming to him some. But they still certainly consider you their lady protector, etc., etc. He is your +1, right?
Yeah. So that's a long answer. The short answer is I would probably rather have some other location. Of course, my recent hope was that Castle Ironwood would become mine, but that's like sort of like the dream that you don't really think is possible just because of how difficult that would be to pull off. So I'm not reaching for that, but like if I could have something like that someday is more what I'm thinking.
And it's not that you wouldn't, it's not that part's difficult, because it's not. The difficult part is that you're the only person that I have who will accept.
Other than, you.
Other than me,
but more so Baela, honestly. Like legally, Rhaena would be next in line, except that she's also next line for women's, you know. But Baela also has the Rhoynar look and the Red Mountain rep that is certainly doing her favors up there.
What about Luke? I mean, he's married in Ghost Hill, but is he?
It's the absurd Valyrian hair.
I have
Again,
absurd Valyrian hair.
What it is the priest that worship the squishers down there. The Valerian look throws them off.
So Baela, which do you think is spookier, Will or Harrenhal?
Oh, that's a no. Spooky, like actual spooky, House Will.
Oh, really?
Because I can look at Harrenhal and I know what happened there. Like you can see it. It's all over the place. You know what happens. There's history baked into there. The House Will, there's something else. The seven. There's parts of that castle I don't think the seven would go into.
It's a perfectly normal castle above ground. It's just that everybody knows the tunnels beneath it, and nobody knows what's happened in all those tunnels. So it's, yeah.
Need to get like paranormal investigators in there. Hey there, demons! It's me, your boy.
and so like I can grasp everything about Harrenhal, and it's like history is right there, and you know it, and yeah, it looks creepy because like stones shouldn't look like that, but you know what it is.
It's regular cursed.
Yeah, it's sort of like the curse that you know of, and have a way to wrap your head around it. And with Will, I don't have that, and it's mysterious, creepy, right?
It is.
And I don't have a way that I'm willing to investigate it at the moment.
It definitely makes scarier noises at night.
But like Luke married the heir to House Ghost Hill, so I just need to know: is he planning to
Well,
just?
do you want me to go and see if I can coax him back?
It's his room, and by this point, he's probably way too drunk to be making sense.
I fear that like neither I nor Baela will be able to answer a question about what he thinks.
That's absolutely true. But it's something that I hadn't thought of yet, because I thought he was perfectly happy just hanging out at Ghost Hill and being Luke to the lake.
That seems to be the assumption in Dornish society, is that because he is not the heir to his own house and she is the heir to hers, their assumption is that he's going to go become the consort heir of Ghost Hill. Basically.
Yes, I didn't even realize he had such strong feelings about House Lannister, so I don't feel really like I could reliably predict what his plans or thoughts are.
Fair.
I'm sorry, there's a car siren going.
Well, let's ask him. And until then, let us.
I mean, we could switch from chasing him from his room to outside back to his room again until he listens.
I'm not chasing him. When he's ready to talk, he'll come to me. But yeah, I would go ahead and we can ask him. Go ahead and ask him. I don't have a problem with that. We'll just.
So, is Addam gonna go after Luke?
I'm leaving.
So,
Yeah.
okay, never mind. You guys are okay. Never mind. So you guys are leaving the room. Where did Luke go, Robert?
Luke threw on his gammonson, grabbed his short sword, and went for a walk, probably to go find some various taverns to drink in, and is probably running around the city somewhere, half drunk.
Okay, so he is not to be found in the common room.
Okay. Yeah, I guess Adam would go down and like ask, like when he doesn't see him in the common room, would probably ask whoever's kind of down there, like, have you seen Luke? And they would say like he's gone out. Adam will poke his head out the door. If he's not immediately in his field of vision, he'll be like, oh, I guess he wandered off.
Yeah, I'm sure he's pretty gone at this point.
Okay.
So he'll make his way back to his sisters and let them know. So he's not downstairs, and they said he went for a walk, and I looked outside and he wasn't nearby, so I think he might be somewhere. I mean, I could go and check the brothel, but other than that, I don't really feel like wandering the streets all night.
Absolutely. I
Yeah.
I feel the same way.
Yeah, I think we should get some rest. We can talk more tomorrow.
Like I said, none of this is being decided right this second, so
Hmm.
we're good to go.
I mean, thank you for telling us all this. It's good to have an idea of what your plans are.
Yeah, you know, our plans are to grow us and to increase our influence in Westeros.
Well, you know, as always, I will do everything I can to support that.
Right.
All right then, are we end scene?
End scene.
Okay. The next morning, we do that fast forward time thing, as it fast forwards through the night and like stars spin through the sky. Luke comes staggering home in fast forward speeds, some point before sunup, but then comes sunup. The coast gulls, and the roosters fight over who gets to announce daybreak. But day does in fact break, and it is breakfast time in the common room the next morning.
I take it by that then there was no visitation going on.
There may have been.
You're gonna roll a dice.
Yeah.
I know it sounds like a silly thing I'm focusing on, but it does kind of affect, like.
There would have been, but much like the prior ones, not much conversating, and being evasive if you try to ask things. Like, yeah, he is
Right.
He is not there to talk when he comes to visit you at night.
Okay, well, in that case, like, I'm probably going to just have to, like, put it in a letter or something, because, yeah, I keep trying to, like, actually talk about something that's important to Adam, and, like, it's not getting to happen in person, so he's just going to have to write it down, so
Yeah.
he will write a letter and slip it under the door at some point.
Okay. And that might very well be why he's not wanting to talk to you, because he's very evasive about feeling things, and is not wanting to feel things, and that could be entirely the point behind him avoiding you for most of the daytime, etc., etc.
Yeah, and I have an idea of what he would put in that note. So if there's a time where it is appropriate for me to say that, then just let me know.
If you want to be writing a letter over breakfast, now is the time.
Sure.
There would be time. If you want to do it right now, you can.
Yeah.
You can do a little.
Sure. I mean, yeah. Like, I guess he would be like, yeah, he could be composing it over breakfast, but like not letting anyone look at it.
Well, or just it's our voiceover while we're doing the montage of everyone else getting ready for their day.
Okay. I mean, if that's okay, I would like to do that.
Sure.
So yeah, like, so the note that he slips under the door before leaving that day, say that I know you don't want to talk, but I have some things I need to say. I don't know for sure why you've been avoiding me most of the time, but I know I do not like how that makes me feel. What happened to the man who looked at a small gift from me like it was worth more than 1,000 gold dragons, and who pressed me a beautiful snakewood thistle between the pages of a book, and who won all his jousts yesterday with my handmade favour tucked into his bracer. I do not understand how you can be that man, but also so distant, even when we're together. And the really frustrating part of that is that I actually like you. You're witty and handsome and confident and clever, and you don't need me to tell you that you're impressive. I'm inexorably drawn to you. And you don't treat me like I'm weak or fragile like some people do. You never make me feel bad about my leg or anything about my appearance. You've actually made me feel quite desirable at times, and I like it a lot when you do that. And sometimes you look at me in a way nobody else ever has, and it feels very powerful. But then you leave, or you send me away, and I'm left feeling really confused. And then when you avoid me the entire day after, I feel like a fool for letting myself think that maybe I mattered. It's like I'm left with the suspicion that you're just using me, and I'm not willing to let you keep doing that. I don't want to be chasing someone who doesn't care about me, and I think I deserve better than that. So if you keep treating people like they don't matter, you're going to reach the end of your life a very lonely man, Lynn, and nobody will remember you fondly. So if you don't want that and decide you want to do something about it, come see me, and I swear you will not find anyone more devoted and loving. I would actually like to be with you if you're prepared to meet me halfway, but I need to feel actively chosen and appreciated for who I am, and if you can't or won't do that, then I need to respect myself enough to walk away. If by some chance I have gotten the wrong idea from your behaviour, I would very much like to hear your side of things. Addam. And yeah. He just blasts that out and then sticks it under the door before he leaves.
All right. So Addam has some heavy words for Sir Lynn Corbray before heading downstairs. And this is while everyone else is, getting dressed and starting breakfast and yada yada. So, like I said, I was picturing it as like the voiceover montage as everyone else was starting their days.
Yeah. Sure.
So let's pick it up downstairs then. Addam tucks that letter beneath Lynn Corbray's door and heads downstairs to find his siblings.
I am
Very
shoving.
loud car outside. Sorry.
Well, we ain't got cars in Lannisport. This is what we got to deal with here.
Oh, right.
Sorry.
And then I realized I was putting the gambus on inside out, and that's why it wasn't working very well. Good morning, Addam.
Morning, Baela. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay now. I had one of those mornings I put my gambus on inside
Got
out.
your gambit in straight
Yeah, it happens sometimes. You just don't pay attention, and
Luke is shoving bacon and like little biscuits or some kind of bread in his mouth.
Adam's gonna give like Luke a kind of sort of gentle little kind of rub on the back. Like, are you doing all right, brother?
What?
You were a bit worse for wear last night.
I was fine. I'm fine.
As you say. Yeah, like Addam is feeling a little bit better for having gotten some stuff off his chest, so is like going to be just kind of quite sanguine and just gonna kind of like eat away and chat about light-hearted stuff, basically. Like also just being kind of conscious that he doesn't want Luke to get upset again, or like So he's kind of he's being a little bit gentler with Luke than normal.
I found this very weird and off-putting, so I'm going to eat more bacon.
Damn it! Let yourself be loved, you grumpy shit!
Never.
So what's Rhaena up to?
Eating breakfast?
Eating an apple? We're just LARPing now? Just to get out of role playing? Okay.
Ooh, I'm looking forward to. I think this is the last day of the joust, so hoping I get a couple good tilts in, and will have shown my case for winning the thing. Although I have a feeling today might be harder than the rest of the days so far.
Possibly, but I believe in you. I think you can do it.
Thanks.
You're easily like one of the best best riders here.
Since the tourney on your name day, I picked up an extra trick at staying in the saddle a little better, and it's been helping a lot. You saw me take down the strong boar, which I was surprised about.
Yes, and you could probably, if you happen to come up against the mountain, that will probably serve you very well because he has a lot more mass than you.
Yeah, I'm going to need all of that and more, I think, if I do face the mountain.
I'll be rooting for you.
Thanks.
Well, good luck out there.
Well, you too, brother. Hopefully we won't have to face each other.
We'll see. I don't know how they're running this tournament, to be honest.
The last day, which is today, does tend to be nothing but undefeated knights. Everyone else has either lost enough to disqualify themselves or has quietly approached the Master of Lists and just asked to not be on the rolls. So the last day is kind of everybody scrambling to earn as many points as they can by getting in victories. So it's it tends to be only the knights that are either undefeated or are nigh undefeated. So odds are decent that you're gonna be, potentially running into each other.
Yeah.
As you have both made it past 5 nights. In fact, yeah, you both beat a plum, you both beat a crake hall. I just noticed. So yeah, you are both fairly likely to run into each other. Perhaps literally, because it's joust. And then it is also almost the last event. Today the jousting finishes up. Tomorrow is the melee. And then tomorrow evening they announce the winner of the joust. And rumors, of course, abound that in the case of a tie in the joust, it could come down to someone's performance in the melee as like a tiebreaker with the judges. If in theory, normally they're probably counting like degrees of success because they've got the judges watching for the form of the jousting knights. So they're probably tracking like that sort of thing. Who beat their opponents in the fewest lances, perhaps, or things like that. But even that stuff is up to interpretation because judges are only human, and sometimes an epic, 7 lances on 7 lances is cooler than just running up and fucking running over a squire, right? In one pass type of shit. So a lot of it is kind of left up to interpretation. Most jousts in the Westerlands are more about like the jockeying for position and the making money off the castle forged armor. That's the ransom throughout. Everybody has that in mind during the melee, and often knights that did well in the joust will try to kind of overperform. And then everybody knows that it's the next day that you handle all the ransoms and stuff. People joke that there's the 7th of the 7 is the stranger, who is the death that comes to us all. Well, the 7th day of a Westerlands tourney is when the stranger visits coin purses, and everybody has to cough up their ransoms, and they dedicate like a whole day just to people counting their coin and ransoming away, or ransoming back, the price of their armor and their horse and all that. So yeah, today's the last of the joust. Tomorrow's the melee. Tomorrow night, winners are announced, and then comes money.
Presumably a closing feast of some kind as well.
Yeah, closing feast is when they announce the winners tomorrow night.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Gotta have the scran.
Grind feast and etc., etc.
Yeah.
All right
Some-
then. Any
some
particular
facts
plans?
off of the lead there.
Any particular plans before we are heading over to the tourney grounds?
No, I think yeah, that's
I wish both of you the best of luck. And I decided not to fight in the melee, just so you know.
oh.
Very
Well,
well, sister.
I suppose you don't want to be turning up to your wedding with bruises.
Exactly. Mostly on the face. I can just see
Oh no.
Lena's response to that.
Where is Rhaena and where is Addam? Where are you spending your day? Are you going to go visit with the Westerlands ladies again, or are you just going to be in the crowd? What are your thoughts there?
Am I expected to be with the Westerlands lady?
You have socialized with them every day until now.
Why don't I start there?
Okay.
I suppose you could, yeah. I mean, like after lunch, you could go some.
Excuse
you could go
myself,
somewhere.
kind of thing.
Okay. How about Addam?
Does Rhaena want me to accompany her?
You don't have to.
I know. I
feel
know.
like-
I don't. I know.
feel
I don't
like,
have to. But would you feel better if I was there? Because honestly, I don't mind. I would be happy to if it would help.
Yes.
And we can always blow them off after lunch and like go hang out with someone else.
Absolutely. That's the play.
Spending the morning with them, I think, will be enough. So
Alright.
let's do that, and then we can see where we're at after lunch.
Perfect.
All right. For today, the finals, the Lady Dorna Swift, now Lannister, is actually not hanging out in the Liddy's tent. She is up sitting at the side of her her knightly husband, because again, Kevin is technically just a knight of the Westerlands. It's just that everybody knows he's a lot more than that. But so she is actually over at like the Fancy Pants Pavilion, seated with her husband, Sir Kevin, who is also joined at the pavilion today by Lord Joffrey Lannister of Lannisport. As it's the final day of the joust, it looks like more of the official hosts are there and viewing things.
I guess as we're kind of passing that, like I've noticed that like just as well we're not going to be in the pavilion in the morning. I'd rather not sit next to Joffrey Lannister.
I know.
But the rest,
Not that I would start anything, but there would be an unpleasant aura in the space.
Wait, did you say Joffrey Lannister like the kid?
no.
No, Joffrey
That's
Lannister.
Joffrey-
Sorry,
Yeah,
just
yeah,
the way.
Joffrey Baratheon.
Yeah, remember that's Joffrey Baratheon. This is Joffrey Lannister,
Sorry.
who has also just stolen the name of some Joffrey ancestor. This is the old guy that's the Lord of Lannisport and is Master of Lists this week.
I got confused because of the phrasing that Addam used made it sound like, at least to me. Never mind. Go. Just,
Okay, no, I mean, I guess Addam was deliberately being disrespectful because he does not like Joffrey Lannister because he's the one that's been awful to him and little Robert the whole time. So
Sorry.
no, that's okay. That's all right.
You are still joined there in the ladies' pavilion. The Lady Jenna Lannister, now Frey, but kind of always a Lannister with her generation, sister to the formidable Lord Tywin. She is still there and kind of holding court, along with Lady Darlessa and Lady Shira, who both wed into House Lannister. Lana Lannister is there. The Lady Miranda, who is Davin and Serena's mother, is there. And the Lady Cybele Westerling and her daughters Jane and Elena are there as well. So the usual crew, Joy Hill and Gwyneth Ironwood are again in the back wall, where Elena Westerling, the younger of those daughters, keeps on shooting the occasional longing glance, like she misses it being before her first blood when she got to just run errands instead of having to sit here all day and listen to the ladies. But now she's a woman and it's the worst thing ever, right? Like she just keeps like, I miss being a kid, right? Those looks towards the back. Every time a kid gets sent to go fetch something, she's like,
I wish I could
the
go.
freedom to just run away from these awful people, right? But she's on the wrong side of womanhood. Uh, but yeah, Joy Hill and Gwyneth are still back there, uh, along with a couple of the lads. You do see Martin Lannister um, along that back wall, coming and going a few times. Again, kind of running messages and stuff, along with Willem, his twin brother. It's not sure every time which is which, but you did see two of them at once. So you do know that they are have both been here. But yeah, they're coming and going and running notes and bringing drinks and fetching the cheeses and all that stuff. There are even more squires helping out with that sort of duty today because so many of the knights have withdrawn from the lists, that they're not busy squiring. So they've got a lot more of this unpaid highborn labor at their disposal today for stuff, because so many of the squires aren't busy actively squiring here in the last day. But everyone is certainly still abuzz because you're coming up on, the finals. These are the best knights on the field. They're not all undefeated knights, but these are the ones that, are feeling the most confident coming into the day. It's also, ironically, a little bit more relaxed a schedule. They're not frantically getting in as many tilts as possible. So there's a little bit more fanfare with each night. It's almost like the first day of the tourney all over again, where like everyone gets announced, because like these are the best of the nights, right? So when it's your turn and you are up on deck, you get a little more attention. There's a little right, toot some horns, and yeah. So it's the pace is just a little different in this Westerlands tourney. But which of our siblings would like to be up first in a completely out of character meta narrative way? Just letting who wants to go first.
You can go first.
Okay. Robert, pick me a number between 1 and 40.
Let's do 13.
It went up.
Lucky 13.
There's
God.
one more than last. How did it go up?
It's been about 40 all along.
You specifically said 39 before.
Okay.
I'm suspicious.
If anybody had picked 40, I would have just had to pick again, because spoiler, number 40 is Alysanne Mormont, so it would not be the case. But do keep in mind, the number did partially go up because I have included Luke and Baela back into the randomness.
Oh,
Because
okay.
today they could end up going.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. I withdraw my suspicion.
All right. So back to it. I'm sorry, was it 13 or 15? I have forgotten.
13.
In the course of the
Sorry.
scrolling.
Sorry, sir.
Okay. So they toot the toots, and they announce Sir Lucerys Nymerian, knighted by the Master-at-Arms of the Red Keep, and recently a veteran of the campaign against the Vulture King. This day faces off in single combat a horse against, right, and there's this like, dramatic moment. The strong boar, Sir Lyle Crakehall, second son of Lord Roland.
I will salute him.
So,
Yes. This will be fun.
Mm.
and yeah, his burly ass is opposite you all in that brown and gray armor with the black and white brindled boar, and he gives you an exaggerated salute with his lance, and you know, his fucking oxen-sized destrier of a warhorse, you know, snorts and paws at the ground, and select your stance for the first pass. What are
We'll
we
be
going
using
with?
the braced stance.
Brace.
All right,
Of the +2 variety.
Smart.
all right.
So we got
Let's get
fighting
this dice
dice, spear specialty, anything else?
Animal handling.
All right,
And then you keep fighting -1.
let's do this. All right.
Okay. Got that.
I have 23 before the modifier, which I think is going to be a total of 21.
All right. He has so you've got a passive ride of 14, correct?
Let's see. I have animal handling 3, and then 2 bonus of
4, 8,
ride.
12. Yeah, so 4, 8, 12, and then ride. So, okay, yep. I'm just always double checking our math. Sometimes I scribbled it down if you guys change based on your stance, so I'm always making sure I've got the right base number. All right, so your total then was, after modifiers,
21.
21. All right. He hits you. You will need it's 2 degrees, so you need a 12 on your animal handling to stay in the saddle.
Okay.
And he is looking at the same.
I rolled pretty shitty, but I got I got 1 over what I needed. So.
Okay. He is also comfortably a saddle. So, first pass, everybody hits pretty hard and pretty clean. You definitely feel the shot from him more than you normally do in a joust. Again, it's our own kind of hand wavium that unless somebody's going out of their way to try and commit murder with a tourney weapon, you know, we kind of ignore the damage and just say, you're in heavy enough armor, it's fine. You know that is not the case. Like, it rattles your teeth a little bit. And you're like, okay, yeah, no, he hits not like a weak boar. I get it.
Yeah.
The nickname makes sense.
Boars are good at charging.
Strong like boar, not weak like fucking shit.
So it
All
is
right.
a solid shot. And let's go for our next pass.
I'm going to need to hit him harder than that, I think. So I'm going to go with braced 1.
Okay.
And let's see. Okay, I have an 18 altogether.
All right. He has hit you with a 22, which is still just actually the 2 degrees. So you're looking for a 12. And he is looking for a 9.
All right, I have a 12.
He has a plenty. All right, another solid shot. Lances splinter. The crowd's loving it. Everybody's having a good old time, except maybe the 2 guys that are, you know, hitting each other real hard.
Yeah, getting real sore.
For no good reason. And it's also several days of this, so armor be damned. You know, it's you're feeling it a little.
Gotta need we need to recover.
Good
All right,
like
I line up for their pass.
I will too in 1 second. I need to get 1 more die. There we go.
I
Sorry
cannot
about all the
imagine.
clattery. I needed 1 more die to not need to re-roll any of the dice to be able to roll attack and animal handling to stay in the saddle at the same time. And it was like, I need 1 more die out of this. So I busted open my one-of-a-kind House Nymerian dice jar. And all right, what is your stance on pass number 3?
We're
sir?
staying with braced 1.
Braced 1. All right.
All right, another 18. My dice are kind of rolling on the low side here.
You have been clobbered once again with a 20. So once again, that's 2 degrees. You need a 12 to stay in the saddle. And yours was an 18, correct?
That is correct.
Which is just enough that he needs a 9, so he is good.
I can roll 6s to stay in the saddle. Can't do it to hit anybody.
All right.
I'm good.
4th pass. It's another bone-jawing thud. You see him at the other end of the line kind of shaking his head, like to rattle some cobwebs loose. He's also getting solid hit by you, but he's just a big burly dude on a big burly horse and staying in the saddle just fine, bringing us up to the 5th pass.
Yeah. Let's see.
5 passes. Look at her. Look at that.
Look at him go.
I have...
All right, that's a 20.
Okay, so you did braced 1 again?
Yeah.
All right. You get the feeling that he is focusing on the ferocity of his attack and giving less heed to his own defenses. Which is to say he's going aggressive, which is probably his natural inclination most of the time.
Wrecking
Fight
ball.
against. All right, and what was your total, sir?
20.
20 against that. All right, so he needs... All right, he is in the saddle. He hits you with a 26
nice.
this time. Yeah, managed to max out the kept dice, which is good because they turned to shit after that. Yeah, everything was 6s or 2s.
What do I need to roll?
Just a weird dice. You are looking then at 3 degrees. You need a 15.
All right, I easily have it. Man, these 5 dice I'm rolling are rolling a hell of a lot hotter than my pile of dice.
Right? We just have... dice are weird this weekend, man. We were playing D&D last night, and it's like everything was an 18 or better or a 3 or worse. Like, we had a long-ass stretch of nothing in between. And it feels like that's what we're doing again today. So, 5th pass, bone-jawing
I'm getting
connection.
tired. I'm getting exhausted.
So, we are coming up to the 6th pass. What is your stance, sir?
I'm going aggressive too.
Alrighty. This may be a decisive pass then, as both jousters are swinging for the fences.
Uh-huh.
That.
Go lick.
That.
We're probably the only people in the ladies' pavilion, like, standing up and, like,
And watching.
excited.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
if it's not their son or husband, they make a big show of like not even really watching. They're gossiping about what the other ladies are wearing instead. Like looking off to the side and like, didn't she wear that gown yesterday? And just they've got their own jockeying for position.
So,
Chill me.
I have a better roll this time.
Okay.
I'm going to spend a destiny point to keep an extra dice.
Okay.
And with that extra dice kept, I have a 30.
Nice.
That is a better roll. So he will need an 18 to stay in the saddle. You, meanwhile, get hit with a 23, which is just below the threshold of an extra one for you. So, you need a
I got a 15 to stay in the saddle.
Okay. He is spending a destiny point to stay in the saddle. He is in slow motion, leaning back and wedging his feet into the stirrups and craning to stay a horse. Would you like to spend a destiny point?
I have.
Make that not happen if you have one. I don't know.
I have one left, and yeah, I don't think I'm going to hit him better than that, so I will spend one to keep him from doing that.
All right.
Now's the time.
It's, he was 1 pip short on his 3 kept dice of what he needed, so he had to spend a destiny point
Oh, nice.
to keep another one. So it was right there, and he is on the knife's edge of staying in the saddle, and then he tumbles. So
Nice.
this horse
I
actually
was I
almost
was looking
makes it.
for a roll to keep an extra dice earlier, but I kept rolling shit. It was like
Yeah.
nothing. And I finally got 3 6s and 2 5s. I was like,
Nice.
okay, we're fucking doing this.
So the strong boar almost makes it to the end of the row, and as his horse is actually like trotting to slow down, it's just a little too much of a jostle, and one foot slips from a stirrup, and he goes tumbling out, and like it's every assembled knight is like, oh. And they're watching because like you could recover. It almost comes down to in American football with the weird shaped ball, how they bounce weird, or like in rugby,
Yeah.
it's that sort of situation where it's like which way is the horse gonna trot? Which way is the horse gonna start to turn? It's that knife's edge of a can he make it or not? Without your destiny point expenditure, he would have stayed in the saddle by one. As it is, he fails by one. So it's that level of could he, can he not, can he? So all the assembled
Very,
knights,
very
like,
close.
Adam is just like breathing a sigh of relief because he was like, I'm not going to bet against my brother, but like Little Critical is huge, so
so
I bet the right way.
the strong boar stands and lets out a metallic chuckle, and then slaps his horse on the ass with one gauntleted hand. And he's like, oh, you fucking nag, choking on sand again. And it goes, what the fuck, man? And trots a few steps away. But his brother, his younger brother, has it by the reins and stuff, and it's fine. He's not Gregor Clegane beheading his horse after a loss. He's just, damn it, lost to 2 Dornishmen in a row. What? Fuck, one was even a Dornish woman. Ah, fuck.
When I get done kind of waving everybody, I'm going to come by and shake his hand and get off the horse and help him up.
And he's on his feet and just growling. He's, don't you come over here unless it's to bring some wine. And he waves you away, and everyone's just
I'll
chuckling and
motion
having
for
a
someone
good
to
time.
grab some.
So everyone is, good
A
natured
strong
about
board.
it.
You know, I always have wine.
Right?
Yeah. But like, look invents the beer hat, but the Westeros version where it's 2 bottles of wine on the side of my helmet.
House Winehelm.
Yeah, that's going to be the new.
House wine
new
hat.
name.
That actually it doesn't sound that ridiculous when you say
No,
it.
it sounds weirdly.
Winehelm makes it sound classy, right? Like,
But when the flag is the silhouette of the wine helm,
yeah, let's know. It's
they're like tubes.
it's a pair of wineskins that are like stuck in the middle and then both hanging over the side. Like they bounce when you ride and stuff. Yeah, it's super dignified.
I've just started learning digital drawing in Creator, and I now really want to go and draw that sentence.
Our horsemen can travel far because they can hydrate as they ride.
Yeah.
We have advantages.
In dire times, when they're serving as scouts and messengers, they're allowed to put water skins up there.
In one of them.
But yeah, just in half, just to water it down. So yeah, House Winehelm could totally be a thing. So Martin Lannister comes running up with a wineskin, hopping down from the high pavilion, and everyone's laughing, and like the knights part and like shove him through a little bit, and everyone's having a good time with it, because again the pace is just a little different today, right? It's a little more personable and relaxed, and everybody's kind of having a good time. But that is one more win. The strong boar has now lost to both of the Nymerian siblings in the joust. And he makes a big show of drinking from the, straight from the pitcher. He waves away Martin Lannister, the squire, when he's runs up with a goblet. He's like, oh! He just takes the pitcher and he drinks it, and then he pours the last of it over his head. Tosses his long dark hair out of his eyes. It's a little gray at the temples. He's not
Like a
super
badger.
young. but he tosses his hair out of his eyes, and then he hollers up with Lord Joffrey, I withdraw from the lists, for my horse just finds another sandstone to trip on, and because he knows that Baela is still in it today. Makes a big show of pulling out from the tourney. He's still ahead mostly. By a rough tally of casual watching, he was up by 4, so losing 2, he's still going to come out ahead, and he's good enough natured about it that nobody's going to like hold the losses against him, right? And you know, you guys are an unbroken win streak, so nobody can talk too much shit anyway, because it's not like he's the only one that you have run over this
Right?
week.
He's a
So
good kid.
that does it for Luke's first tilt of the day. Probably gonna sneak in one more later on. So Baela, you are up. Give me a number.
Let's try 22.
All right, let's go see who I got left. That is closest to a 22. I've been scrambling the numbers, and I didn't undo them, so I can still use random numbers for the melee. But now I'm looking for, like, who's next? When I find the 22, like, who's closest to it that is not yet out, and that is good. All right, you will be facing off with Sir Addam Marbrand, who is a knight of repute and renown. Addam Marbrand is a knight of House Marbrand, son and heir to his father, the Lord. Their sigil is like it's not quite a tree on fire, but it's that color. It's all like red and gold leaves. Looks like it's burning, but I'm saying it's not like Stannis's flaming heart type of thing, you know. But yeah, it's a burning tree, looking pretty cool. But he is a knight of some repute here in the Westerlands, with dark copper red hair, known to be quite gallant and charming. So you ladies that are around Rhaena and Addam are kind of doing a sidelong glance this time, and they titter a bit, and a few of the unwed girls in the small group you can see are definitely paying a little bit more attention. Elena leans over and whispers something to Jane, and Jane hits her with her fan. It's like, shut up, nerd! Right? It's that sort of SWAT. But yeah, he is a pretty gallant and bold commander, and a knight of excellent repute. So, you get the fanfare, introduction. They still falter for just a moment, and then they settle on the Lady Baela Swan, the Sand Spear. But like you can tell that they start with like a oops, right? Like they start with a sir, and then they catch themselves. But they do get the last name right, and the nickname, and all that good stuff. So, what is your stance gonna be on this first pass?
I will stick with the Baela special and go aggressive too.
All right. Passive animal handling of 17.
Yes.
Correct. Making sure my notes are right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Plus those.
Kick his ass, Baela.
There is that. And then 1 second. Have that pre-rolled and ready to go. All right. What is your total to hit?
19.
bad. That is going to be 1 degree of success. He will need a 9. His total is math. Comes to a 17. 1 degree of success. You will need a 9. So he is still in the saddle.
Oh yeah.
All right. Both of you are quite at home in the saddle. You're not quite hitting with the force of a crake haul, but you're definitely both placing your lances well. But you are also both a little bit smaller targets than a crake haul, and are comfortable enough in the saddle to lean this way and that, and angle shields this way and that. And lances break, but it's not a bone-jarring collision for either of you. You can tell that you are both fighters with more accuracy than force behind you. First pass is over. Second pass. Are we going with the same stance?
Yes.
All right.
Which of my 6s do I have to drop?
Yeah, that's a good problem to have. If you've got to have a problem.
Yeah. There's 2
That's the one you
6s
want.
that I will be leaving aside.
Nice.
So I might as well use a destiny point because I can't get any higher than this.
Okay. So what is your total to hit gonna be?
It'll be 26.
Okay. So 26 against that will be 3 degrees of success. He is looking for a 15. His hit on you is he is described as daring. He's gonna do it too. He's gonna spend his destiny point on offense because he's keeping a 5, which is none too shabby. And with his decision to also go aggressive this round, he has hit you with a 30.
Oof.
Oh,
Yeah, you guys both had really hot dice this time around. So, with your aggressive 2, your passive rod's a 15, right?
Yes.
That makes it 4 degrees. You were looking for an 18.
I have
to
19.
stay in the saddle. Nice.
Ugh.
And then he was looking for that. All right, and he is also in the saddle. So that time, you both land these picture perfect, dead center enemy shield shot. And you can tell that he was leaning into it that time, as opposed to bracing against it or the like. Solid shots. Not much left of shields and lances after that. But you're both able to cling to the saddle. Third pass. Commence. Stance this time. Okay. And what are we looking at?
I have a 19 on this one.
Okay. And that means... Okay. That is just barely going to be 1 degree of success against him. He mixed it up. He did not hit you as hard this time. He was definitely riding defensively.
Oh, okay. Just
But
barely.
you... you are hit with a 19. Which is also going to be just barely by 1 degree of success on you. So you're both looking for 9s to stay in the saddle. And he is fine, and I'm assuming that you will be also.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, third pass, it was a combination of him riding defensively that time, and then also just having like kind of lukewarm dice, as opposed to the time before, where you had hot dice and a destiny point and was riding aggressively. So it's a pretty big swing in his hit total and stuff there. All right. So that also didn't work. I'm trying to have him be a little more strategic about it than most. All right. I have his stats for the next pass. Are you also ready to go?
Yep. No change.
All right. So staying with the aggressive. Okay. There's that. And what did you land?
17.
Okay, that will be 1 degree. He needs a 9. He meanwhile has landed a 22 on you. Against your 15 will be 2 degrees. You need a 12.
I have a 20.
Nice. All right, both of you are substantially into the saddle at the 4th pass draws to a close. And you guys are kind of putting on a clinic. Like, you're both clearly landing clean shots each time. Not all of them are those world breakers of that second pass, but there's like, these are a pair of technically proficient knights that are clearly riding well today. So, next pass. Aggressive 2 again?
Again.
Alrighty.
Oh my gosh.
All right.
What'd I miss?
It's just a
Just
lot.
very tense.
Okay. I was like, what's
We're
going on?
building tension.
Okay, sorry. Jesus.
God, Rossi.
Jeez. All right. What is your tickets total this time?
Alright. I have 20 and I'm contemplating 5 more on top of
That would be a degree of success.
Yeah, but does it jump it from to 2 or to 3 degrees?
A 20 would be, 2 degrees. You would jump it to him needing a 15.
Let's do it. I'll use the extra destiny point that Qatar gave me.
All
Chat.
right.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Thank you,
that
thank you.
contribution, Qatar. He, meanwhile, hits you with a 26.
Oof.
As, again, he goes aggressive and rolls 6s at the same time.
Man, these people who've survived 5 jousts sure are good at this.
That's weird.
That's weird.
So he is looking for a 15 to stay in the saddle, and that will do it. Yeah, it's almost like people that joust a lot get. It's a little bit of a survivor selection type of thing.
No, I think it just proves everybody's good at jousting.
Yeah, there could be that. It could.
I
Be
asked all my jousting friends.
Yes. All you have to do is be born a knight with horses and all the rest, and it just comes naturally to you if you practice all day, every day, after being taught by an expert. It's really quite simple. So, is Baela still in the saddle?
Yeah, I rolled a 23.
All right. He did not roll a 23, but he did have a 19, so he was also looking pretty good. 6th pass? We're up to the 6th, I think. All right then. Let me try to. I'm just trying to pick a different one for him each time so that it seems like he knows what he's doing and has a plan. Because some of these guys are just, aggressive each time, or most of the time I just go default. But like, he's supposed to be good at this, so I'm like, yeah, he's got a reason. Let's go. Let's go there. All right, 1 second. Okay. All right, what are we looking at this time?
18.
Landing an 18 against him. He went aggressive enough that is going to be 2 degrees of success. So he will be needing a 12. He landed a 25 against you. So you were looking for a 15.
I have a 22.
All right. You beat his riding roll by 1. His dice were on. Okay. We are up to our 7th pass. There's a bit of a pause this time, because everyone's like, what are we gonna do? We're not settling this stuff afoot. If it's a draw, do they just... And they're mumble, looking up at Kevin Lannister, mumble, looking at Joffrey Lannister, because it's not like they have like a tiebreaker thing. So, let's go. Same stance.
Yep.
All right, what do we got?
I have a 19.
A 19, because he was defensive one, is only going to need a 9 for him to stay in the saddle. And he has a 21 on you, which is going to be, you need a 12? 1, 2, yeah, so you look for a 12. Holy shit. His writing test came up nothing but 5s and 6s. He is determined to look good on this last pass, apparently. So, is Baela in the saddle?
I have a 23.
Okay, then. You are also determined to look good on this last pass. You both land solid shots. Lances break. Pieces of wood go flying everywhere. You guys are riding at speed, and it just doesn't even look like you guys hit each other. Neither of you even like flinches from the blow. Yeah, the archers don't open fire all of a sudden. That would never happen at a social event in Westeros. Don't be absurd. So it's the end of the 7th pass, and there's
nobody's hit the dirt.
Yeah, nobody's hit the dirt yet, and they're looking, and Sir Kevin stands and says, alas, we are famed for the riches in the Westerlands, but we haven't got the natural woodlands of the north. And lest we run out of lances, even on this, the last day of the tourney, let us end the contest on that blessed number. And he gestures vaguely towards the rest of the Lord Pavilion, which is him and the Master of Lists. Says, we will tally the points accordingly prior to the end of the tilts. So it sounds like they're just going to be comparing things, maybe giving both of you a victory, maybe just not counting it at all. Because you were also, it's not like one of you was scraping by with like 15s and the other one had 30s all match. You were both up there pretty high with hit after hit. And you were also both up there pretty high with staying in the saddle. So it's like neither one of you really blew the other one out of the water or barely survived by luck or whatever. So we're going to just go in my notes for for your list of joust wins. We're going to go Sir Addam Marbrand? ? And we'll figure it out later.
But yeah, I was gonna ask, like, for the purposes of someone who bet on that tilt, does that count as a loss or a draw or
let's just count it as a no bet, basically, because like I said, that's the unfortunate thing. Yeah, it was Baela who was really good at this against a knight of quality with the tourney knight. Instead of some other stat modifier, the modifier I gave him was tourney knight, and it's just like, yeah, no, like, we're just never gonna stop this. Like, they're just both good enough at this, barring multiple destiny point shenanigans, which most NPCs only have one, and I know Baela's not exactly rolling in them.
No.
It's just, it happens sometimes.
Yeah, I wasn't looking to keep, like, another 4 or something.
Yeah.
Just Like, ooh, I'll upgrade your check from a 9 to a 12 if even a 4 is enough. So,
and again, that happens. You know, we have stories in Westerosi lore of times that knights have broken dozens of lances against each other, and even mechanically, even without ignoring what we ignore about the occasional points of damage getting through, you normally get to take a breather at the end of each pass. So even if you're taking a point or two, you then take a breather and you're fine. So evenly matched knights are absolutely a thing that happens a lot in the way the jousting mechanic works. So
I like that I came up against like more like a draw with the and then Baela's come up with a draw for the jousting, and Ellie and Laura's had the draw for for horse racing. It just keeps coming up.
I mean, just people that are RPG good at the same thing will sometimes land a lot of the same result, you know? So the crowd is torn, right? There are a handful of vocal Baela supporters, but even the Addam Marbrand supporters are like, she stayed with him, you know, blow for and lance for lance. This Dornish girl, and then they're like, she's not a girl, she's a wed. And like, God, Baela swallowed a fine night. And it's like, oh, their babies will be dangerous. And right, like, so like even the folks that are like pro Addam in this aren't necessarily anti-Baela. Like, you're not looking at like a riot starting or anything, but everyone's just like, that was some good writing. It was, and yeah, just having a good time. So for his part, after the almost answer from the judges, he and his shining bronzed armor atop his spirited red courser, he has a smoky gray cloak to contrast. Instead of normally, he's got a bronze colored cloak also. But he has smoky gray cloak, and he go high stepping fancily to the middle of the field, and he lowers a fresh lance, dipping it towards you in a salute before lifting up his visor and then just pulling his whole helmet off instead. So his copper colored hair spills down his shoulders a bit. He's got that maybe it's Maybelline moment of shaking his hair out of his eyes a little. And he's just, gives you a gallant smile. Well struck, my lady. I can see now why even the dragons could never truly take Dorne, if even the women fight like this.
I'll do something similar, come out and take off my helmet, and well struck. I don't doubt we could go another dozen rounds, and both of us gasping for breath on top of our steeds will still be.
Aye, and pounded to pieces before the melee tomorrow. I think there are those watching that would enjoy such a show.
Oh, no doubt.
Only for that.
Oh my god, yes. The phrasing!
He doesn't seem to pick up on the double entendre, perhaps because you are a married woman and he refuses to acknowledge it.
A roll there.
But yeah, he just seems to be, genuinely respectful of your ability, and you were like, well struck, and he's like, several of them, I thought. Perhaps I shall need to ride Quintain and get in more practice. I marvel. Perhaps there's some Dornish glue keeping you in the saddle, my lady.
If only that were so. Small trick I learned on sitting in the saddle. Nothing glue wise though.
He says, well, it was all well done. And he trades his lance for yours. It's not really a big deal. You didn't happen to bring your own in this case, okay. But it's still kind of a symbol of warrior respect, exchanging weapons. So yeah, the crowd's digging it. Rhaena and Addam, there is an audible, wistful sigh here in the tent. from Jane Westerling.
Like when he does his.
Yeah, and she's like, oh, he's so gallant, and there's almost audible sighs from a few of the older married ladies too. Like he's your kind of archetypal Westerland knight.
I mean, I can't guarantee that Adam's not going to like be a little wistful
Also
too.
crying.
Yeah.
Ah.
I was like, quickly, a fainting couch. But yeah, he is out of character. He's another character that is, he is a peer to Jaime Lannister, like trains with him. He is compared to Jaime when it comes to fighting and leadership. We just never see him on screen very often because normally when we're hearing about the war against Robb Stark, we're like, yay, Robb Stark, right? And the camera's normally on Tywin, and but he's another dude in the books later on in the future that builds quite a bit of esteem and renown by being good at his job. He becomes commander of the City Watch after the Battle of Blackwater, and like leads it well. So like he's got commander chops. He's a known tourney knight and like he's just another dude that I try to just feel like, yeah, like he's just a good Westerlands knight, trying to make him good at his job and coming off as a pretty decent fella, because there's just so many characters that never quite get a lot of page time in the books, but when you do hear about them, like they're always doing good, doing a good job and stuff. So
Yeah.
he's one of those guys. He's just a pretty cool dude. So all right, that will do it for you two in the morning. They're gonna double up on this day, and you guys are gonna get multiple chances to tilt. Does anyone have any particular lunchtime plans or that sort of thing? Any particular conversations that you're wanting to strike up with the ladies of the Westerlands about any recent discussions? I know for a lot of their stuff you're kind of on hold until the wedding, but I don't want to just fast forward over people if there are things that folks are wanting to do.
Not specifically. I do want to like chat with Jane Westerling a little more because I didn't speak to her at all last time.
Okay.
Just chatting and kind of getting a feel for her.
She feels younger than she is to you. Like she's 17 years old,
Right.
but you feel 10 years older than her. You can tell that she's one of these northern girls that's just been kept at home and been prepped to become a wife. She's not like unattractive, but she isn't a fantastic beauty, or that sort of thing. She's very polite. She's a little bit shy. She's not nearly as shy as her sister, who has not spoken a word to anyone but her sister that you've seen since the other day when she was put on the spot for her memory game. She has not, Elena has not said a word to anyone. Yeah.
Adam made
Go
a
ahead,
point of talking to her, so like she has spoken to
Okay.
Adam a bit.
I mean, like in the room though, like she has not opened her mouth to comment, or to take part in the discussions in the room. Her mom does give her the occasional dirty look, like when she was leaning over to tease her sister and getting swatted by the fan. Her mom was like, whew, right, like doing that mom look, side eye, like, oh, you're gonna get it later, like you two quit embarrassing me, right? The overall impression that you're left with the Lady Cybele Westerling is that she expects her daughters to courtesy their way out of their family history, and like that can't happen, right? Like you can't be so polite that people forget that your mom is a spicer, and that your grandmother was Maggie the Frog, right? Like that sort of shit stays with your family for a little bit here in the Beverly Hills of Westeros. But her mom seems, the impression you're left with her from idling around them for several days now is that her mom is like putting that on these kids to like, if we follow the rules, they'll forget that we were poor, right? If you are
Right.
the most charming you can possibly be, there's no way that any sort of systemic bigotry could possibly hold us back, right? Like, that's the mom's attitude. So she is hawking, watching these girls for any sort of disruption of etiquette and stuff, and just kind of, blaming them for it. But the girls are personable, and again, they're both pretty shy about speaking up to the room in general. But in one-on-one conversation, if it's Jane, please join me over on this couch for some crackers and cheese, right? And
Right.
if you just get them 10 feet away from your mother,
Fair enough.
they will young teen girl gossip their hearts out about this squire and that squire and this knight and this handmaiden and so, when I was a maiden in waiting, she used to pinch us if we were slow, and like they'll talk about stuff. It's just that like they've got to be
Right.
out of that immediate influence of Lady Cybele, who is desperately trying to improve the station of their house through them. So yeah, Jane is, she's attractive, but not notably so, right? She is of above average looks, uh, chestnut hair, soft brown eyes, soft spoken, except for with her sister. With the two of them get to a little bickering, everybody, they can turn hawkish, right? But yeah, she's just, you know, in a hopefully non like sexist and dismissive way, she strikes you as kind of an archetypal northern maiden of her age. Much like a lot of the Reach girls. She's just like, yeah, well, like she is being what she is supposed to be. And she is doing a pretty good job of it. But
Does she seem bright?
yeah.
Okay.
Maybe not as open about it, like with your little sister that shared the memory game.
Right.
She doesn't, but like she's clearly remembers things, and she, shoots the occasional dirty look over towards, Darlessa Marbrand, the one who's all, my son Tyrick is Robert Squat, and she's like, the Lady Darlessa was poking fun at the lady of House Liddon for wearing the same gown, but Darlessa was in those green petticoats just yesterday. Petticoats, right? Like that's even worse. They're on the bottom. Like she picks up on little details in that are only released in the socially acceptable teenage girl gossip chatter
She's
type
bright
of way.
and she's observant.
And she's a little bit petty towards these older ladies that are being mean to her mom and her. Like she clearly picks up on their scorn. She acknowledges it in a way that her mother refuses to.
Right.
Like she knows that they're being, looked down upon, and is clearly a little catty about it. When the if a chance should arise that you are talking critically of Shiera Craig Hall or Darlessa Mar, like if that should come up, like she'll dogpile right in. Like the calls will come out, because that's the socially acceptable way for her to ever be mean, right? Is to talk about that. So, but yeah, that's the impression that you're left with her and Elena both. Is that they're not, they're not stupid. They're not as meek as their mother might like.
Right.
As soon as they're
That's what I want.
outside of her 10-foot radius of stern motherly glances, but they don't seem mean-spirited or petty about their little bit of gossiping and stuff either. It's just retaliatory. And if you're asking her about Davin or Serena or Martin or Joy Hill, she's a little warmer about her generation of kids than about the moms, right? That her mother keeps presenting her to. Like her mom seems to just be expecting any day now for Jaime Lannister to renounce his vows and ask Jane to marry him. Like, she just seems to, or for Lord Tywin to notice and to decide he needs a new bride. Like, her mom just seems to, like, any minute now, someone will reward us for this etiquette. And she holds that against her mom's generation
Yeah.
to an extent, as the ones that are snubbing her family. But when you ask about the squires and the other maidens and stuff like that, she warms up. You know, she said, you know, Joy was always kind to Elena. She never teased her like some of the other children when they were maidens in waiting together last spring, or whatever. You know, and she, and she sighs about Sir Davin, much like she did about Addam Marbrand. He's just another dashing, unwed Westerlands knight. You know, so like, yeah,
It's the same kind of sighing you get over Sir Garland.
yeah, or
Definitely.
Beric
Right.
Dondarrion. I seem to remember some people finding him faintly attractive. I don't remember who. But yeah,
It's
so
dashing.
but yeah, they seem just kind of perfectly good. I was gonna say kids because to us they are, but young ladies by
Yeah.
Westerosi standards,
Okay.
with that are aware of their awkward position in this tent. And you'll notice they're the only daughters that have been here all week. Like, again, their mom is keeping them here in case some handsome unwed knight should stumble by, right? Like, they're the only daughters that are being kept in this tent all week instead of being out and about and getting to go shopping in the marketplace and gossip with the other girls and flirt with the squires and, whatever. Jane and Elena are the only girls of their age group that have been stuck in this stuffy fucking tent all week long.
Okay, so here's my question. Today is the final day of the joust, and tonight is the feast.
Tomorrow. Today's the final day of the joust. Tomorrow's the melee. Tomorrow night is the closing feast.
Okay.
What are you thinking?
I'm about to sneeze, so I'm going to mute for a second, but keep talking.
I was thinking of, tell Adam, I was thinking about requesting Jane and her sister to show us a shop. But,
Oh.
Adam's like, clothes shopping? I'm a
Yeah.
stereotype. That one's real for a reason. It's like, let's go. Like,
Addam is a fancy little lad who desires a treat. I think that's an excellent idea, particularly if it could be chaperoned by us rather than by their mothers.
you two are adults.
Yeah,
And actually, all four of you are adults by Westerosi standards.
Hmm.
So, like,
well,
Because
I will ask it this afternoon, after the joust.
well,
What?
yeah, I can certainly think of a way to word it that they could possibly get their mother to let them go.
Addam has famously successfully seduced a MILF recently. In fact, a GILF, which is like a double MILF. So clearly, the old noble mothers are his target bracket. Like he's famously persuasive with them. One of them was about to give him Harrenhal.
Is this why he always has hard candies in his pockets?
Oh my god!
They slip him in there as he leaves.
It's fucking awful.
I'm torn between face palming and escalating.
Okay.
Well, okay.
About some bingo and chill.
Well, then I will.
Bridge, come on.
I will talk to Adam.
Sure. Just like for what it's worth, like Addam has been paying very close attention to all of that was just described, basically about like the fact that when they're away from the adults, they talk a lot more. What do they talk about? That kind of thing. Like he's using this as a learning exercise to learn like who likes whom, what do they think about each other, information that may come in useful later.
Exactly.
I mean,
One
I mean, he will.
small note. Just one small detail, since you guys both have specifically been paying attention. When Davin comes up in discussion at all, you will hear from Elena. He and Desmara Redwine have never even met each other. It's just their dads talking a lot. So
Nice.
it doesn't seem to be a budding romance there at all, so much as literally just a pairing of,
Yeah.
of
And Davin didn't seem
a
like
small
super
detail.
broken
That's
up with
good to
yet.
know. And I mean, Addam will also like lightly join in with the agreeing about how gallant certain knights are and how handsome and things like that. Like, he's not going to make a huge show of it, but he is going to encourage that kind of talk with the young ladies. And yeah, make polite conversation with anyone who like speaks to him, of course. But yeah, he's mostly just paying attention to the dynamics and learning what he can at the moment.
For the record, as we are going towards what will be an afternoon a lunch break in character, and us taking our small break out of characters, do Luke and Baela want to swing by the pavilion to socialize with their siblings, and that sort of thing? Or
Oh no, I'm gonna go be lunchy with them.
okay, I want to, if we have the chance, I figured we'd try to get the band together. So okay.
Yeah, so I guess I was going to ask, like, is Rhaena suggesting that we go shopping during lunch, or is this like an activity for tomorrow daytime?
Or are you mentioning it at lunch and wanting to do it after the joust is over this afternoon?
that.
Or
Okay.
So all right, well, let's hear the sales pitch to the Lady Cybele, and then we'll probably take our out of character break. So who is putting the moves on Cybele Spicer to talk her into letting her kids out from under her thumb?
Now, I'm quite happy for Rhaena to lead, and
You just
I can
said that
certainly.
you had the line.
Yeah, I mean, I have an idea. I was just saying I didn't want to take it off you. Like, I could tell you the idea, and you could do it.
I'm launching you at them. You are.
Okay.
Make it happen, please.
Right so. Okay. So yeah, he'll, I guess, kind of like casually bring up my Lady Cybele. I wondered if I might ask a small favor.
Of course, just a moment. And she stops and makes a big deal about stopping what she's doing. She puts her tea down, she taps her lips up. She was having I don't want to quite say a one-on-one conversation, but she was lurking at the edges of the Lannister conversation and was being acknowledged some by Miranda Lefford, now Lannister.
Sure.
But like they at least are polite to her, more than some of the other ladies. So yeah, she politely excuses herself, and makes a big show of standing and gestures to an open corner, and you are left with the impression that, like I said, she expects anybody about to strike up a conversation clearly is about to improve her family's, like this must be it. This is a big one. He is a handsome young lad, and maybe he's about to ask to marry, so like she clearly treats every like individualized conversational thing as like, all right, it's a proposal, let's do that, right? Like she's very ready. So she puts her stuff down, she gets up and she goes over and she stands like with her hands like this and is very proper. And of course now young Addam, oh I'm sorry, Addam the archer, she warmly touches your arm. What can House Westerling do for you?
You're very kind, my lady. I realize I am of a mind to visit I don't know, whatever, like, the area of town where there are tailors.
Sure.
It'll have a name, but like, yeah, I've a mind to visit the tailors later today. There are some garments that I wish to obtain for my sister's wedding in Highgarden that I feel would be best gotten
Oh,
in.
yes,
in
of
line for.
course. Yes, we all need to look absolutely smashing. And she immediately goes into a we because she
Sure.
got invited yesterday. So now she's
Yeah.
like part of the wedding party. If you
Yes,
ask her, she's,
as you know, yes, and I think I would value a young lady's eye on what would be suitable. My sister does plan to come with me, but of course, as my sister, she may feel some pressure to tell me what I want to hear. I thought perhaps
she
you're.
titters a bit and bats her eyelashes. 'Cause,
Mhm.
well, I would love to assist you with that, Adam.
Well, that's very kind, but I rather thought that if you could spare them for a few hours, that your daughters would make fine companions, as it is ladies of their age whose eye I need to think about.
Uh, oh, uh, but your sister will be there.
Of course.
Yes, of course. Uh, hmm, well, and she's mathing a bit. You could tell. Yes, of course. Jane and Elena would love to accompany you to Taylor's Row, and perhaps a few alterations of their own or other preparations. Yes, yes, of course. Um, uh, shall it be this afternoon, or you've siblings still in the joust, as I recall. Perhaps this evening.
Yes, I had rather thought once the tilts had finished for the day, so that there's plenty of time to prepare.
Yes. Oh, I wouldn't want them to have to hurry with your shopping. And she reaches out and touches your arm again. Do you think perhaps you could have dinner with the girls also?
They are
And
welcome.
and do you think that if it's later in the day like that, that Sir Lucerys might want to join you?
I can certainly invite him.
Yes, yes, of course, that would be, well, of course, young ladies walking the streets after dark, they mightn't know a Dornish woman so dangerous as your sister, and they may mistake your strong and slender build as a sign of weakness. But yes, it would be best if Lucerys had dinner with the girls as well, I think.
Yes, I'm that would. I'm sure I can talk him into coming along, if nothing else, to ensure that that the girls are well protected. For while I have a passable sword arm and would certainly have the will to do so, as you say, I am not quite as competent as my brother with a sword.
Yes, of course, of course. Uh, yes, sounds smashing. Jane shall have dinner with Lucerys tomorrow evening, and you and Elena and your sister will see to some shopping first. Fantastic. Tut-tut, yes, quite. Uh, that is how she has interpreted it, and she rushes off in a
Just
flurry
let
of
her have
silks.
that.
So just checking, like, in exchange for us, like, having dinner with them, she is allowing both of them to come with us on the trip.
Yes.
I mean, pimped out is what's happening.
Yeah, she has changed the focus of your request to Luke has sent you to ask Jane to join him for dinner. You can tell, like that's what she's about to go tell Jane happened. Luke has sent his brother.
I almost mentioned his betrothed. Of like, I'm sure his betrothed won't mind him entertaining young ladies, but then I was like, I'm gonna let this just play out.
Yeah. So she rushes off in a flurry of silks, and you can almost hear her telling Jane exactly that. The dashing Sir Lucerys has sent Addam and his sister to come and ask you to join him for dinner tomorrow. And as a favor, you and Elena show them around town and do some shopping. And right, like she's absolutely telling his daughter that is the pressure is now on her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Addam is quite happy for her to believe whatever she wants to believe, because he has not told any lies. So, like,
Yeah, no, it's absolutely her imagination
totally.
and her certainty.
So,
she has spent her daughter's childhoods waiting for a Disney prince, basically, and she is sure that they are due any day.
Yeah. So, like returning
Luke's
to
a
Rhaena,
busy
like,
man.
so they are permitted
So
to
when this is
come.
going good,
So after the joust is finished, sister, they are permitted to come with us, but we have to, our, we, but they, we are expected for dinner with them this evening, and they would like us to invite Luke as well. I think she got the impression that Lucerys and I are.
Are you gonna say in cahoots? I want to hear you say in cahoots.
Because I think she may have misread my words somewhat, but I think it is. I didn't tell her anything false, and it serves our purpose. No,
Are we keeping the girls for dinner with us, or are we going to them?
The girls' dinner tomorrow, or the girls' dinner this evening, is your responsibility now.
All right. They will have dinner with us as a family with Luke, and
yes.
then however that gets brought back to her, whatever.
Well, it's up to her how she wants to interpret it. I merely said that we would love to entertain them for dinner, as well as like ensuring that they are properly chaperoned to Taylor's Row and back safely
Okay.
before night's fall.
Fair.
Is that...
Excellent work.
Thank you, sister.
All right, and with that, let's go ahead and take a couple-minute break here. We'll come back in about 10 minutes, and we will see everybody soon as we wrap up with the last hour of show this evening. So we'll be back in a couple minutes. Bye, everybody. welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed our short break. It gave you just long enough to grab a snack and hopefully share some of that snack with your dog that you claim to love, like most people do.
You know, I've heard some distressing rumors that everyone does that.
Oh, really? I remember hearing something about that myself recently. About
Yeah, I've heard
somebody.
that. I've heard that she like sometimes like puts puts peanut butter on a knife to make a sandwich, and then like puts that knife in the dishwasher before giving the residual peanut butter to Bodhi.
Oh,
Man,
what the terrible person's doing that? I didn't catch your name.
Oh
yeah,
my
I just
god.
heard about it on the internet as the sort of thing that happens in the most depraved, sinister,
I'm sorry,
selfish,
Felicia.
inhuman corners of humankind. But I'm
Sorry.
glad I don't know anyone that would ever possibly do that sort of thing. Also, I'm glad
Oh.
Felicia's eating a dry peanut butter sandwich, so she can't defend herself right now. Busy eating a peanut butter sandwich. We are back though. We are back in the Westerlands in Lannisport, the trade center of the Westerlands here in Westeros, and we are in the middle of the final day of a tourney. So let's pick it up. You guys are gonna go grab some lunch, so let's go to that lunch. You've got Ren-fair street hawker types, so you're able to munch on some sausages,
Yeah.
thick or turkey legs or.
I'll grab some sort of sausages and a little bit of bread as I come back to the kind of pavilion area.
Yeah.
Oh, Luke, could you come here a second?
Yeah, what's up?
I need Rhaena and I need you to come with us to Taylor's Row after the jousting's over, and also go to dinner with Jane Westerling and her sister afterwards.
What?
What?
Well, Rhaena wanted to get to know the girls a bit better as part of the broader making friends and influencing people plan, and so we invited them to come to Taylor's Row with us on a shopping trip, and their mother agreed to it on the condition that we have them for dinner with us, and that we specifically invite the gallant, dashing Sir Lucerys, so that she would feel secure that they were being appropriately chaperoned by someone who's more equipped to defend them than I am. And I think their mother wants the cachet of her daughters being seen with a gallant knight who is not yet married. We just don't need to tell her about that.
I'm not going to.
I want to be very clear. I did not say that you were eligible or anything. Any false hope that their mother may have is entirely her own devising.
I will do this because as a knight, I am sworn to defend people and escort ladies as kind of part of that whole.
You are. It's true.
But I'm not happy you this seems suspicious. I'm saying that, brother. This seems suspicious.
Well, Rhaena and I will also be there.
You're the ones I'm suspicious of.
How very dare you, sir? I may not be a knight who has taken vows, but I am as committed to the ideals of gallantry as you are.
Well, I will go. Again, I'm suspicious of you and my sister's motives, but I'll go.
Rhaena just wants to get, like, when their mother is around, they don't talk, but when they're not around their mother, they talk a lot more. It's useful, and it's just an evening. Just it'll be fine.
I said I'll do it.
I'm sure Lady Vaelena won't mind.
What?
I'm just like saying that I'm sure that his betrothed won't mind if we hang out with some young ladies for an evening for political reasons.
I doubt she would be concerned about that, but yeah, it's fine. Like I said, I'll do it.
Thank you, brother. You are the very picture of gallantry.
I know.
Well done on your tilt with the strongbow, by the way.
Yeah, I'm about bruised to hell, but
I mean, beating him while hungover is an impressive feat. And you didn't throw up into your helmet.
I'm not hungover.
Sure.
Robert's hungover. Karis is fine.
I mean, like, he spent the night drinking, though. I thought you'd said that he was hungover.
No, I said I was hungover because I spent the night drinking.
Oh, all right, okay. I had the impression that Luke had gone out and gotten drunk as well.
I mean, he did, but you know.
Well, never mind then, I guess.
All right. Because Felicia just put food in her mouth, what's Rhaena up to? We'll go to Baela first. While those two are having that conversation, Baela, what are you and Rhaena talking about over your lunchy snacks?
Oh,
Well, first off, you did excellent this morning.
well, not that well. I think I probably just lost my odds of winning the whole tournament. But I mean, it's nice not to be knocked off, of course. But
You basically held your own against the Sir Garland of the Westerlands.
yeah, but without the victory, it like the strange format here will probably mean that I can't win now.
Because you had a draw instead of a win.
Right. So like, Luke has 6 victories to my 5, and while I don't have a loss, 6 victories is still 1 more. And of course, there's Sir Gregor, right?
Right.
So like, he hasn't lost yet, and so 6 victories for him.
Is it possible to like get to the end of this tournament without every night? I mean, like, without facing every night?
It certainly looks that way. There must be a judging of quality of victories that will determine the actual winner. Yeah, and so which is kind of why anyone who's undefeated, if I have 1 less win, but that's okay. I didn't come here with the expectation to win, but I guess coming into the final day, not having lost, I maybe I was getting my hopes up a little bit. Is all.
Well, there's still a chance. We'll see. We'll see.
Maybe I'll beat the mountain, and that will be enough. No.
It would be enough at any time, anywhere.
Well, sure, but I think easier said than done by a mile.
Right. We'll have guests to dinner tonight.
What? Guests for dinner?
Guests.
I'm
tonight.
gonna go see what that was. I'll be right back.
Whom are we joining?
Well, the Westerland girls are going to be joining us actually for dinner.
Oh. Okay.
I thought that would give us an opportunity to speak with them without their mother hovering about them.
Do they have information that we're hoping to gain through them?
Well, I'm hoping to gain Jane at least as a bride for one of our potentials. And her sister is amazingly charming and would make a great handmaiden.
Forgive me, why does... You couldn't talk about this in front of her mom for some reason? Like, the impression I had was the mom was eager to marry her daughters off.
She is, but I'm not ready to I'm not ready to commit to anything. And speaking to that particular woman, apparently can be quite a minefield in what she hears and what she understands and what she says after she leaves her presence.
There's just like a silent from Addam at across the table.
Oh, okay.
She hears what she wants to hear.
Okay, so
And
a little
frankly,
bit.
I speak to the daughters with them answering honestly without the pressure provided by their mother hovering and judging them.
So a little bit more candid discussions.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Oh,
And I feel that we as a company tend to encourage that sort of candid thing. You know, people tend to say more around us than they probably want to.
okay. Will we be dining in the inn, or do we have a better idea for dinner?
Rusty, are you back?
Yes, Felicia, I am back. Yeah, I don't know what that sound was, so I guess we're just gonna get axe murdered. But like, boat is fine. I didn't see anything that fell over anywhere. I don't know what's going on, so I'm sure it's okay.
Everything's fine.
Yeah.
What are our options for dinner? For like a nice dinner? I mean, is it the inn? Is there a room at the inn, like a banquet room, or?
There's the common room in the inn, which is kind of all you guys have been eating on.
I mean,
you haven't really asked around for any nicer places or that sort of thing.
Well, Rhaena, if you like, if there's something in particular you have in mind, like we can ask if they'll cook us up something special. But we should just probably let them know that as soon as possible. Not dentistics.
Why don't we just spend a little bit of coin and rent a private hall or something from one of the local establishments?
Right. I don't know if restaurants exist here.
Right, I was like thinking, oh, a Michelin star restaurant. I don't think that exists.
Well, if the tavern has a common room, they might have private rooms.
Yeah, there's like inns that will serve food, but it's not like that's not the same as like a restaurant. Those don't really exist yet.
I've never used the word restaurant.
Oh no, I was answering Erica, not you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I would think then that we should probably just ask them if they have a room that we could use, and then maybe. I mean, I'm not looking to wow these girls, except with our personalities, hopefully.
Or I mean, we could just ask them. We could ask them to clear a particular area of the common room. We could have a secluded corner of it, at least, perhaps.
Hasn't it been like really crowded?
I think I'm just like a little. I think I just want to be a little cautious about the message that a private room might send.
Right.
It might seem a little too forward. And while their mother has already gotten the wrong idea, I don't want her to get even more of the wrong idea.
Well, then we'll just eat. We'll just dine the way we would have if they weren't coming. Except hopefully.
I'm sure that'll be fine. Though I suppose if we can learn if there's something that the girls particularly like, we can perhaps ensure that there's some of it present.
I don't. I hadn't asked because
That's all right.
they don't seem to have this. I'm not really strong on the opinions.
I will.
You can go ask them.
Well, certainly, and I mean, I'll certainly make sure there is cake because everyone likes cake.
Can I find the two girls?
Like right now, probably not.
Okay. No, I'll wait till I see them again.
Okay.
Good.
Any other particular discussion going on?
So we're like, we're not near our lodgings right now, are we?
No, you guys are at the pavilion tent.
That's
kind
fine.
of.
Yeah, that's fine. Like, Adam's just gonna make a mental note to like when we go to like get ready for going out to like ask them if they can have some cake for tonight or something because we're entertaining.
Okay.
So like he'll make that request later.
And it would also be easy enough to find some squire or something and give him a couple coppers to run to the such and such. Tell
let
them
them
that
know.
we. So yeah,
That's-
it's no problem.
Okay, Adam will do that then.
Because we are full up to here with squires and
Yeah,
patrons.
like I said,
You'll-
today
you'll-
there's plenty.
Yeah.
Plenty
You'll send them-
around.
You'll send them for like honey cakes or something.
Just make sure they get some sort of, dessert and that sort of thing. Should not be a problem. Well then,
Something
shall
really
we?
nice, not too expensive.
Yeah. So we get back to the tilt in the afternoon. Then, anything else in between there that anyone has planned? Any other sibling conversating, or are we good with
I'm good.
otherwise mostly small talk and then just making your way off?
Yeah, I'm good. Kind of
Yeah, I'm good to move
take
on.
it off.
Alrighty. We head back to our afternoon posts then. The ladies of the Westerlands are assembled as they have been.
I think like I mean, Rhaena, do you still want to go somewhere else for this afternoon,
No,
Joust?
because I don't know.
We're kind of
I'll
committed
stay
now.
here.
If you don't mind, well, you know what?
You don't have to stay. It's okay. I understand.
Yes, I think I'd rather would like a bit of a change of scenery.
Absolutely.
Like, I mean, the girls are charming, but their mothers are a bit much for an entire day.
They are, aren't they? Just smile. They're quite a challenge. It'll be all right. You can go and have fun.
Thank you.
All right. So, as Rhaena makes her way there, you see that Davin is just leaving the ladies' tent as you arrive, and he gives you a courtly bow. He's armored up and ready to joust. And you see as you step in that Rhaena Lannister is in the tent with the ladies. This time she is enjoying a bit of afternoon tea with her mother, who waves you over as you arrive.
I will join them.
Oh, Lady Rhaena, what excellent timing. Oh, did you see my Davin on his way out? Oh, so handsome in his armor. Please have a seat. And she waves, and somebody brings you a sweet biscuit to go with your tea. She says, I was only just talking to Rhaena, and she knows the loveliest shop down on Taylor's Row. We are ever so excited about the invitations to the wedding. And she doesn't want her boorish older brother to go tromping around in his plate mail, of course, not the entire time. And needs a gown that better matches her eyes. So we were just thinking it would be so lovely if perhaps you might tell her a bit more about the wedding, maybe this afternoon, while she's off shopping, before she's off shopping, to find her gown. Out of character, she just overheard the Lady Westerling discussion, and is now trying to invite Rhaena along, basically, is the impression you get. Rhaena looks half innocent, half mortified. Like, what's going on? I was not talking about any of that. Why is my mother lying? But also, it's rude to say any of that. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, of course you're welcome, Lady Rhaena. I've been wanting to get to know you better, and this is an excellent opportunity.
Oh, excellent then, milady. There is a quite lovely dress shop, and they've a jeweler just across the way. We could find something absolutely lovely to match your eyes. I know just the stones, and falls into some
Girl
Uh,
talk.
I am the scion of houses Leffords and Lannister girl talk, which is invariably about buying very expensive things. But
It
she
sounds
seems to
expensive.
be, yeah, and she is wearing some emeralds, not like huge ones, but some small ones on a golden, of course, chain, and they are like pitch perfect matches for her eyes. And she's got a subtle, like 3 emerald stones on like a bracelet as well, and they're all like the exact same, like, so like she clearly does enjoy that sort of thing and knows a bit of what she's talking about, and seems sincere in her excitement about going shopping with you. It's
Okay.
probably a pretty good deal to women in Westeros' culture if you were to, like, it would be scoring her some points if you were wearing something that she picked out for you when you first met your husband to be, or 7 blessings if you were to wear it on your wedding day. And right, like, it's probably part of the kind of point keeping that the ladies her age get, is in dressing one another up prettily for big events. So she might not have been in on her mom overhearing and inviting her, but she does seem sincerely to be all in on enjoying the thought of going shopping with you and that sort of thing. Lisa,
I'm sorry. I was looking at
Just-
chat.
what?
Um,
Just wandered away. All right.
my brain
Okay,
disengaged.
so
But
You can
yeah, I
you
see
will
what you mean.
politely polite small talk back.
Yes, and
Right.
like, and making sure not to overstep and to not be disdainful of anything.
Okay. So yeah, she will excitedly chat with you for a bit, and then doot doot go the horns, and it is time for another joust.
Addam was gonna like basically look for someone friend shaped to sit with. Basically, if we can find someone that we know that like is friendly.
Oris is fairly easy to spot.
I thought
He is. What's that?
I thought he'd left.
No, he just had stopped jousting, so
Okay.
he's not armored up. He's in just like the gambeson and stuff, but he's easy enough to spot in the crowd, and is still watching the jousts with the practiced eye of somebody that's like learning how to do their own job,
Yeah.
right? Like he's still paying attention, even if he has decided not to continue partaking. So, which of the Nymeran siblings would like to go first?
I can go if you don't want to.
Yeah, go for it. We'll keep the same
Okay.
order.
All
Then
right.
I will go.
The afternoon is kind of another round of cuts, and you're down to the kind of last most those that feel they have the best odds of winning, basically, is who remains. And you, as you are prepping over in the kind of night locker room tent area, give me an awareness roll. And what specialties have you got for that? Let's see if one might be.
I have a notice bonus for awareness.
Not quite. That's going to be more not getting ambushed by something. This is more of a human perception
I have an
thing.
empathy bonus die.
You go ahead and roll 2, Baela, because you're also like, in the
Prepping.
prepped area.
Okay.
So you go ahead and roll that too, and then let me.
I have a 16.
Okay.
It's not bad.
Did you say the empathy counted or not?
Yeah, we'll
Okay.
pick up on empathy. It's just listening to some nightly gossip and chatter as knights and squires are hustling around and getting
I have an
Gossip.
18.
okay. Both of you beat the 15 that I randomly made up in my head, so all is well. You hear that one undefeated knight, as people are kind of going through, and the squires are talking about like who might be up next, like who's even left to fight against. They're like, I think we're down to like the top 6 that ain't pulled out yet, and blah 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 blah. And then you hear a couple of them going down the list, and they go, oh no, yeah, because he just left. What? Didn't he have 5 wins? He goes, yeah, just didn't tilt this morning, and didn't lose to nobody. It sounds as though Sir Lynn Corbray has pulled from the tourney, and is not in the lists any longer. So, from what you hear, in the list now of people that have like re-upped to ride this afternoon is Davin Lannister, Gregor Clegane, Addam Marbrand, Sir Harwin Plum, and Lucerys and Baela Nymerian. They're the ones those are the last that have decided to continue tilting this afternoon instead of resting on what laurels they may have had. So, I think we were saying Luke was going to go up first, correct? That was
Yeah, I'll go
the
first.
Sibling
luck.
decision. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Well, we lied. Luke is not up first. Luke and Baela are up.
Oh no!
The almighty D6 hath spoken. So, yeah, you guys are both getting introduced. It is the Lady Baela of House Swan, steward of House Will of the Stoneway, second daughter to the Blood Royal, Lord Maekar Nymerian, known as the Sand Spear, and officer of the recent campaigns against the Vulture King and the Siege of Ironwood. Is Baela's intro, and Luke's intro is again, personally knighted by I just forgot the Master of Arms of the Red Keep's name. I just drew a blank on it.
Baron
Oh,
Summer.
Aaron Santana.
Yeah, Aaron
Oh,
Santigar.
dang.
I could not remember I remember the Santigar.
Yeah.
Squire to and knighted by Sir Aaron Santigar, Master at Arms of the Red Keep under King Robert Baratheon, first of his name, and veteran of the Vulture King campaign and Siege of House Ironwood. And yeah, you guys get your big introductions, and yeah.
All right, here.
We have-
I have tuned out every ladylike conversation that is happening. I have stood up and I have moved to the edge of the pavilion where I can see better.
I'm gonna ride up to Baela before we begin. I'm gonna lift my helmet and say, "Well, 7 joust seems holy enough."
Indeed, brother. It's been. I don't know that we've faced each other in something other than practice. This will be very interesting.
I'm looking forward to it. Should you unhorse me, go all the way, though.
Sorry, what was that last bit?
Should you unhorse me, go all the way to win this.
I'll do what I can.
All right. And a quick note, I just messaged. I want to make sure that Erica and Robert don't miss it. DM me your stances for each pass so that you're both making that decision blind.
Okay.
Because, yeah, we'll keep that mystery between the two of you in order to have a little fun with it here. So, all right.
I'm gonna wave to everybody, let the tension
Yeah.
build up.
And the strong boar is just belly laughing out loud. Like, he's
Either
like,
way,
"Good."
he gets some vengeance.
It's like, see, as soon as I quit, there's none left for them to fight but each other. And he's like, yeah, just pretty one, pound the other pretty one into the dirt. Right? And he's just having a good time, and his brothers are laughing, and the Braxes are laughing, and yeah, so everyone on the sidelines is having a good time. And the way that most Westerlanders are normally disinclined to care very much about a couple of Dornish folk, but you guys have, had a pretty good run. So, as per usual, you at least catch some attention everywhere you go. So, nobody is slinging slurs from the sideline or, that sort of thing. It seems like people are just like, hey, cool, like, let's see what these two can do against each other. So, all right, D6, good job. I've got stances in chat, so, boys and ghouls, let's roll them. We got fighting plus spears plus animal handling, keeping fighting -1.
I got 5s. Not too many 6s. I got 5s. Oh, there's a 6.
Oof. Wow. Let's hope I'm getting my bad rolls out of the way.
Uh-oh, an inauspicious start. So, what
Okay.
is Luke's total?
With modifiers from stance, 21.
All right, what is Baela's total?
13.
Yikes.
Yeah.
All right, braced 1 does not affect his passive ride. That is a failure on Baela's front. She'll need a 14 to hit. And he is braced 1 this pass. But that is a miss. Now, your lance does still connect and break, but Luke is on cruise control. He does not need to make a ride check to stay in the saddle. Meanwhile, Luke's 21 against Baela is going to be 2 degrees of success. The Sand Spear is looking for a 12 to stay in the saddle.
$23.
All right. So, Baela manages to look largely unfazed, and she's not in any real threat of tumbling from the saddle, but she clearly still got a little cleaner hit on her shield than her brother did.
Maybe she
perhaps.
does use glue.
So, all right. Send me stances for the second pass.
Is this nerve-wracking?
It really is.
I'm cool as a cucumber.
Robert, that's in main chat as a note.
I haven't
what
seen
type
it,
you're-
so you can...
Yeah.
Yeah, I
It
got
said-
it.
It just said on the bottom, the Ronin is typing. And I was like, I just want to make sure. All right, got it. Eyes fixed for extra damage. Check. What?
Extra kept die.
It's like kill the bitch, move up. Got it. Check. Noted. All right.
My plan. Okay.
All right. Dances are in. Give me
Here are the
total,
dice.
boys and ghouls. What are we rolling?
17.
I have a total of 22.
All right. Luke's modified is that. Lucerys, you are facing a 12 to stay in the saddle.
Okay.
And And yeah, Erica.
I eked that out.
Baela also needs a 12 to stay in the saddle.
All right, 23.
Okay, so Baela keeps her seat just fine.
Ooh, second pass. Ooh.
And Robert, what was Luke's?
I had 12, well, 13. So exactly what I needed.
Okay.
Do I use a destiny point to unhorse you? Is the question.
Or use Destiny Point to make him also use Destiny Point. Like, it can quickly turn into a bidding war.
I don't have any, so it won't. Nobody gives me
Or
destiny
not.
points.
I'm gonna have it keep going. We won't.
Alright.
Oh, yeah, I missed that. You just gave that away in chat, and I didn't even spot it. All right, then. So, Lucerys narrowly keeps to his saddle as Baela comes back and manages to catch him at just the wrong moment as his horse goes a-galloping by. So, get me stances for the next pass. Stances are in. Let's roll those dice.
Oh.
All right, I have a total of 22.
All right, Lucerys with a 22. Baela
19.
with a 19. All right. So, against that, you are once again looking for a 12 to stay in the saddle from Baela. And that there, you will also be needing a 12 to stay in the saddle, Luke.
Okay.
21 here.
All right, I got a 16.
Okay. Both of you are able to neatly stay a horse. Out of character, a quick tally from in chat. Somebody's asking who has more wins so far. Luke does. He has 6 wins. Baela has 5 wins and 1 tie.
Oh yeah, okay. I was just counting names, and yeah, I forgot about the tie.
Yeah. So the outcome of the Marbrand one has still not really been announced necessarily. Like, you have been reassured that the judges are keeping a careful tally. So next pass, I got 1 stance. I need the other one, and then let's go again.
Bodo.
You yell at her. I'll kill you. Is she okay, babe? Okay. Yeah, she did get a dentist stick not too long ago, but she probably also wants dinner because she's a dog. All right,
She's
so
doing the
stances.
coughing thing.
Yeah. All right, so stances are in,
It's okay.
and who's got a total?
21.
19 here.
Okay. That will be. So Baela needs a 12, and Luke needs a 12. You guys have found a sweet spot, I think, on
Right?
likely, statistically likely die rolls.
24.
Okay.
I am going to miss it by 1. She's got me.
Oh. All right. And you said that you were out of destiny points. That
Indeed.
will do it. We were 1, 2, 3 on the 4th pass. Then, Lady Baela's lance breaks against the wyvern of House Nymerian, and Lucerys' lance shatters against also the wyvern of. See, are you still wearing Nymerian stuff, or are you wearing swan colors? Or like sigils? Just occurred to me. Or did you quarter your shield or something? Sorry to pause here at the moment.
My new sigil, instead of the dual dragons like on the Caduceus, it's one side is the wyvern and the other is the swan. So that's
I remember
the new
you
sigil.
saying you had changed something, and I was like, but wait, I don't remember what it was. So all right. So yes, they're both solid hits once again. Splinters go flying, How much did you miss by? Just one? Rhaena?
Just one, yeah.
Yeah. So he almost keeps in his saddle, and it's much like Sir Lau Greycall tumbling earlier, where it's definitely that hair's breadth either way. It depends on how jarringly the horse trots to a halt. The tiniest little bit of balance could go either tumble. So the clatter of armor hitting the ground with a battered knight in it.
Gonna be sore.
And there we go.
Okay.
I would get up and dust myself off.
I will come back to help him up, or if I'm too late for that, to offer a hand in friendly, competitive, well done.
I will take it. I'll raise your hand up as the winner, and I will take a little bow.
Yes.
Baela hops off her horse and starts to teabag him.
And just to get her going, I go, now we have the same number of wins.
That's right.
I give her a grin.
And the crowd is cheering. You're getting sand spear, sand spear, sand spear.
I will
And,
pull her close into a hug, actually, and say, good job.
Well fought, brother. Next time it could have been the other way around.
Well done. And I will take my leave.
All right.
All right. I'm gonna roll for who's up next, because we are gonna kind of do each one here. Okay.
I already ordered this.
Are you just now ordering our dinner?
Yes.
You worthless. That's fine. Next up, Sir Addam Marbrand squares off against
The mountain.
Sir Harwin Plum,
Oh.
the hard stone, as he is known. They are even, except for that, we're going to give it to Addam. Sir Addam Marbrand has Tourney Knight. Sir Harwin Plum has +1, not +1 die, but +1 fighting. Tourney Knight's going to win that.
Yeah.
Let's take him a while, though. 5th pass. He comes out over his opponent. Then Sir Addam Marbrand takes the field again, after agreeing a bit of off-screen nodding and all that. He's, I'm fine, as he rides against Sir Davin Lannister. And this is actually going to be an interesting one. So,
It's Lannister and who?
Second. Sir Addam Marbrand.
Hmm.
So,
And Marbrand, isn't he sworn to Lord Tywin anyway?
he at present just serves his house. Like, he is a knight of, he is the son and heir of House Marbrand.
Okay.
But yes, they are sworn directly to the Lannisters. There's no middleman house or anything like that in the way. Give me 1 second, because these guys are different enough. And I kind of need to roll this out, and because I decided to randomize it instead of having pre-done brackets, I kind of couldn't pre-roll, which is a shortcut I've taken in the past. Okay. He's gonna fucking roll like that, and he's gonna roll like that. Tourney Knight is good, but it's not that good. And Marbrand used the Destiny Point earlier in the, I want to say, second pass against Baela.
Mm-hmm.
He falls in the first pass against Sir Davin. Marbrand's highest roll on his fighting check, and you guys can see he just looks a little off Maybe he's just tired from jousting all day. Maybe he's just had a bad seat in the saddle. His highest kept die was a 4 on this fight check. And Davin kept 3 6s and a 5. Like, it was just the dice on this one. But even with Tourney Night, that was not enough. So yeah, in the first pass, Sir Davin lands the shot just so on Addam Marbrand's shield, and Marbrand has 1 foot just immediately leave the stirrups. He just can't keep his balance, and he falls rather poorly. And he gets up with his helmet kind of half twisted to one side, and it takes him a moment to get it straightened out and pulled off. And there's a trickle of blood that is hidden for a moment by his copper hair. But he does have some small wound near his scalp that has him cross with himself at the awkward seat and the awkward landing. And maybe he just kind of hurried that one. But Sir Davin checks on him, helps him to his feet, etc., etc., and is named the clear victor. There goes that one. Yeah, that was just lopsided fucking dice. And with that, there's only one left that has not gone for a first pass in the afternoon, and that is the mountain that rides Sir Gregor Clegane. And he has... did Luke withdraw? Like, you said he left. Like, did he just leave the middle, or did he go ahead and say, like, I'm out? Because you can stay in the tourney. That was your first loss. Like, there's no rule that says you need to leave. Sir Harwin Plum did just withdraw from the lists because that was his second loss.
I think he's in 2. I think he's in a withdraw at 7 joust.
Okay, so Luke did withdraw. That leaves Davin Lannister and Baela Nymerian for Sir Gregor to match up against. Let's let the Almighty Die decide. Is
I know
Baela
who I'd
evens?
rather face between them.
is Baela evens or odds?
She's pretty odd.
Okay, I guess
She
I'm
is
odd.
the second child, so maybe she likes even numbers. I don't know. So
Or
what
she
do you
resents
want?
them.
Are you going to be evens or odds, Erica? We will
I'll
leave
take
it to the die.
odds.
All right, odds means the Master of Lists has matched Gregor Clegane with the Sand Spear. I'm a little scared to roll this one. Let's see. I don't know what the cooler moment is. It is odds.
Oh no.
Okay. I'll be fine, you guys.
Okay.
I'll be fine, you guys.
He's been riding all day without killing people.
Yeah, so
Thanks.
the
Thank you, Robert.
mountain that rides takes his place impatiently at the end of the lane, and the massive warhorse impatiently paws the ground and snorts, and he jerks on the reins and pulls his spears or like slashes his spurs into its ribs just to get it to like dance in an angry circle that you're kind of sure shakes the ground on this end of the tourney field. And seeing him in person has already been one thing. You guys have seen him here and there during the week, but there's something different about looking down that tourney lane and going like, are you sure he's not in the middle and like halfway here? Because like scale, it looks like he's already most of the way towards me, and there is just a brutal impatience to him and his horse that augments the size. You've spent plenty of time around big dudes, even just this week. The strong boar, and Oris the Aurochs, and even Sir Balin Swan's a pretty burly motherfucker, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh,
But
I know.
Gregor is
Oh,
a
no.
Gregor has an air of danger to that size. That's kind of the difference between, I don't know, like a cuddly large animal and a not cuddly large animal. You know, like it's just he's got this reputation for brutality, and he's got an impatience and an eagerness to commit violence that he and his horse are just oozing down
By
there
the way,
at the end of the line.
I'm not going very far from the jousting field. I'm going to have my spear with me, and I'm going to be as close as I can to where the
Okay.
Adam is just like unconsciously just sort of like gripped like Oris's forearm as he's watching in horror.
You all ready to move up the order of succession in the tournament?
got him. You got him.
Once again, I'm poised at the edge of the pavilion.
No, you just need to tilt that lance up a bit into his eyes. That's all.
Oh, I've thought about it.
All right.
Go and swing.
So the introduction for Sir Gregor Clegane, none of you hears it over the thoom thoom, thoom thoom, thoom thoom of your blood pressure spiking, and the camera doing this like fuzzy slow-mo thing as it adjusts for depth of vision, and you just hear in the distance a tinny voice, "The mountain that rides," and then the crowd is roaring, and then you know someone somewhere is saying some words about your sister, Baylor. You hear something about titles and stuff, and you're just like, fuck, did he breed that horse with aurochs? Like, how do you even get a horse that big? How high do I need to tilt my Jesus, we needed a bigger Quintain to ride back home. Or maybe I should just charge the castle walls a few fucking times. Fuck, oh shit, it's time to go. So, what is Baela's stance on this first pass?
I have half of mine to be a little bit more practical with this very first one, but she's gonna go aggressive again. Aggressive 2.
Oh.
Okay. Sticking with the default. You gotta respect the consistency.
It's how she trains.
So all right. Let's roll those dice. Give me 1 second as I assemble his fucking pool. 1, 2, 3.
Oh shit. Okay. I can work with this. I'm going to spend my first destiny point to get another die kept.
All right. 1 second as I also find my fucking notes. And what did you end up with as your total 2 hit then?
26.
All right. His passive ride.
Oh.
I'm hoping his passive ride may not be super high as his physique. But we'll see though.
Okay. You are connected with a 10, 20. You are hit for with a 29. Is what he lands on you.
At least it wasn't a 30.
Passive ride of 15 will make that
3 degrees.
3 degrees. So you need a 15 to stay in the saddle.
I have
right.
20 to stay in the saddle.
Second, as I double check my math. Okay. The mountain seems a bit taken aback at you connecting as accurately as you did, but you know that you got hit harder than he got hit, but you both take it quite well.
Okay.
So you are able to definitely keep in the saddle. What is your armor rating in the armor that you are in?
It is 8.
8. Okay. For the record, this, like, with no degrees of success, this would have hit you for 11, right?
Okay.
So, like, it is without the roll that he had, even just the base damage on this is a lot. It's another one of those rattling your teeth, thunderous connection type of hits, but you are both still in the saddle. So, for
What?
the
Just out of
second-
curiosity, was he within 1 destiny point of failing his roll?
He is.
I will use a destiny point.
Okay.
Oh.
He will also use a destiny point to keep it.
Okay.
Uh,
And I assume I can't again spend 1.
how many you got?
I have more.
Okay. I mean, it comes down to if you want to do so instead of keeping them for melees, etc., like, it's however many you've got.
I will spend another destiny point.
Oh,
Yes.
Okay. He will spend another destiny point.
what the fuck?
Fuck that guy.
I will spend another destiny point.
He is out of destiny points. He was willing to spend the 2, and he falls.
Holy shit! Rhaena loses her absolute mind.
Yeah. Addam is also losing his absolute mind.
So
Probably still holding like Oris' wrist, like, yeah!
yeah, and Oris, for his part, had both hands on, like, the railing in front, and he was just like squeezing, just like, well, like, if they're gonna try and kill one of the Nymerians, this would be the way,
Right?
or this would be the first chance. So he's tense as well, and yeah, the mountain teeters in the saddle, and as his horse makes it to the end of the row, he digs his heels into it angrily, like he can't believe how difficult he is at staying in the saddle, and he jerks it around too hard, and he actually hasn't got his balance back as well as he thinks he should, because it's just some slip of a Dornish girl, and he falls.
Fuck,
Was he by any chance using eyes fixed?
No, he was
No.
not.
Unfortunate.
He was not. With a real lance, he probably does. But yeah, in a tourney, he's not.
I kind of figured it was either I had that one chance to win, or I was just gonna sit there until my dice didn't work.
I'm
I
watching
will-
like
He is one of the characters that I'm just using stats completely as written from the campaign guide, and yeah, it did not work out for him this time.
I would probably turn to go back to. Well, I said offer
Dorn,
a
you just
hand.
leave. You're like,
No.
Dorn, I just go home.
It-
I'm like,
He started-
well, done here. Bye, everybody.
I will continue to use good manners because I sort of have to. But like, if he's looking extra violent or anything, I will not like actually approach. I will keep a little bit of distance
All right. He is standing there, impassively, like a mountain. Like he gets to his feet, and then he just stands there. And you come riding up, and he's still got his helmet on. It's that,
Mm-hmm.
let's see if I can find a good picture to share. If I can find a picture of an earlier season Sandor Clegane. Here we go.
Gregor Sandor's thing.
Yeah. It was showing me a picture of both, and I read the name that I saw.
He put the hound in his armor as a trick.
Yeah. It's basically just a straight up bucket on his head. I just put a link in our Discord chat if somebody wants to find a way to share it over in it. But it's you could barely even see. It's an inhuman thing.
It's definitely a
him,
dehumanizing
right?
kind of
and you can't see anything beneath that. And you come riding over, not getting close enough to try and offer him a hand up because he was already on his feet anyway. And you notice as you get close enough that beneath these slabs of iron that he calls armor, it's all unattractive stuff. There's no artistry to it at all.
Very
He's
British.
like, you weld together two sets of plate mail on top of one another, but size it for me. We're not going to quite go as silly fantasy as the description of his armor in the books is, where they say he wears plate mail 3 inches thick and shit like that. It's not that. But he is just this looming, terrible monster. And you see that his like chest is rising and falling as his like shoulders are heaving, as he is trying to keep himself controlled. And you ride up into what, would normally definitely be field of vision. It's narrower. He turns and sees you. And you've got like a handout to say hello or what, not hello, but you're to salute him. And he doesn't go for a weapon. He doesn't bellow for his squire to bring him his sword. He doesn't have the broken lance still in his hand. Those of you on the sideline actually notice he broke the lance as he fell, like shattered it in his grip as he hit the ground. He hasn't got anything in his hand, and he just reaches up and he slaps your horse. An open-handed backhand slap, just batters it, and he's out the way, cunt, and just trundles off. And your horse is a good horse, and you are a good rider. There is no threat exactly to it. Your horse is of good enough breeding and is a trained war horse enough that it kind of flinches away / rolls with it, whatever. Hit points are an abstraction in any RPG, but it is a trained horse, not some rando. But yeah, it is a clear kind of battering you and your horse out of the way so he can stalk off the field and go. Yeah. Your horse is not notably injured or anything like that. It's a little spooked. The horse is like, the fuck, bro? Right? Like, it's not. What? And it takes a couple high steps sideways to keep from, your horse kind of being spooked too much. And you all hear from up on the pavilion, Sir Kevin Lannister is on his feet like that, and is yelling, Sir Gregor! Sir Gregor! And he gets ignored. Gregor Clegane stomps off. He almost knocks his squire down, handing him his helmet. Like, he basically punches his squire in the heart with his helmet in his hand, right? Like, that's how he hands it to him. And the kid almost falls over and is ignoring his, what is nominally only his peer, Sir Kevin Lannister. Sir Kevin, for his part, moves to the very edge of the viewing pavilion, and is as close to you as he can get without undignified hopping down type of stuff. He's old enough, he's not going to nimbly hop down unless it's an emergency. But he stands right at the edge of the pavilion, and is, kind of hollering, Lady Baela, Lady Baela, the apologies of House Lannister. Sir Gregor will be spoken to when my duties this afternoon permit. The dog's leash will be tugged for his ill manners. How is your horse?
It appears to be just fine, just a little spooked. Thank you. No harm was done.
And he gestures, and the Master of Lists is sitting there, just sitting there. He's not apologizing. He wasn't yelling for the mountain to stop or any of that, but he's also not openly masturbating, but he's clearly enjoying it. He's like, haha, he punched the bitch's horse, fucking Nymerians, right? But he's sitting there looking a little smug, and Sir Kevin is about to speak over his shoulder, and he sees that smirk on Sir Joffrey, or Lord Joffrey's face. He goes, please, rather than make you wait until the morrow, do House Lannister the favor of allowing our Master of Lists to ransom back to you the mountain's armor and horse. My people will speak with your people before the day is done. And then he turns and just sits back down on his seat as, the host of the tourney. And he's Tywin's brother rather than Tywin. But you also know from the storybooks as a child, and from watching your grandfather, Lord Maekar, in his seat, there are ways to sit in a chair, and there are ways to lower oneself onto your throne, right? There's a difference in dignity there. Robert Baratheon took the throne, and he hurls himself onto the throne every time he sits down. There is a violence to his action, right? For that moment of scolding an underling, etc., you can kind of picture that seat as a throne. When Kevin Lannister lowers, you're like, there's a hand of the king in there somewhere. There's a, there's a lawful in this man's alignment, that shows for a moment. And you're like, okay, yeah, no, that's Tywin Lannister's blood, that man's got. For I read that in the stories when you're growing up and hearing about hands of the king and kings, and the way that your grandfather takes his seat when he's about to listen to complaints from the people and kind of hold court type of stuff. It's that pose in this chair, which is just some random fucking chair that happens to be the middle chair at this pavilion. And it's, people are going to get a talking to later on. And that is where we will cut it, because everyone that is still in the lists, with the mountain that rides no longer is, after the way he has comported himself, everyone that is still in the lists has tilted this afternoon,
Right.
and it is left to the judges to decide then. So you guys will find that out, and remember that final decision is also often colored by one's performance in the melee, which turns it into an extra bit of pressure for these knights,
Right.
Like, you have to joust more than everyone else, and then, oh yeah, you can't sit out the fucking melee. Like, or you know that tiebreaker is going to go to the other guy just for showing up. So, we will pick up with a shopping trip that will kick off in about the next half hour in universe. In 2 weeks, we'll come back for that, and then we'll see if we can at least start the melee in 2 weeks. But we will leave it on the note of the sand spear triumphant over the mountain that pouts.
Woo!
Ooh.
The mountain that pouts. Oh.
And yeah, there are a few hardcore Westerlanders that aren't cheering you after that, and like after a moment, then one of the stewards finally does speak up and officially proclaim you victor. But everyone's got these really hard, weird, mixed, like, whoa, that was a fucking roller coaster, right, type of vibe. But the crowd absolutely does cheer for you once the announcement is made. There are a handful of diehards. You're not seeing Sir Amory Lorch cheer you on, but there's
those
the
two had a
barest,
bad weekend.
there's the barest handful of folk. Even Sir Stafford Lannister, who you knocked out of the tilt in your first pass, is clapping and hallooing and stuff. And his son is now probably your number one rival to win, but he's still cheering you on for, some Dornish girl, end quote, taking out the mountain that rides. So, an
All right. Nice.
exciting way, I think. Good job today, D6. Like, you got us some interesting stuff. That was probably way more fun than just watching him fight Sir Davin, right? Good shit. Not bad.
Fucking so well done. So proud of you.
Yeah. So, good stuff.
Excellent.
And we will wrap on that high note. We will see everybody back here for some more Sea of Spears in a couple of weeks. Thank you, as always, for coming by and watching and cheering us on and subscribing and all that good stuff. We really do appreciate your support of the channel. Just getting eyes on episodes is half the reason we do this stuff. So don't forget, we do have our first 60 episodes up on YouTube. If anybody happens to be new today and needs to catch up, or if you want to try and get your friends to get caught up, it is over there. I will be here Monday, Wednesday, Friday, playing probably Hades this week. It's got the claws in me pretty deep, and I'm at the point where I'm like, now I have to play instead of wanting to play. Like, I got to keep getting that story to slowly unfold. For those of you that are in the Shadowrun circles with us and know Optimistic Chad Presley, he just got Hades the other day. And I was gushing all over him about it on Friday. Like, dude, you gotta start playing it.
It's
So,
such a
yeah, I put it off forever because I just don't like that type of game. But despite disliking the core conceit / genre of the video game, as I told Chad, I'm like, it's one of my favorite video games. Like, it is pitch perfect at doing what it wanted to do. And it's one of the most perfectly crafted video games I've ever played. So come back Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I'm playing a lot of Hades. So we'll be back for that. We'll be back in 2 weeks for some more Sea of Spears. We'll see everybody then. Anybody got any shows to plug or anything before we sign off? Going once, going twice, going 3 times.
Night.
Let's get the heck out of here. Good night, everybody. Thanks for hanging out.
Bye.